This is Brent and welcome to The And are looking for the latest fashion trends, a delicious meal, or an exciting day out with family and friends, this is the place to be. So as you can see here, there's beautiful clothing, different cultures. This is the place to be to shop for your family, friends. There is all types of designs for families. So come out, take a look. And there's also travel agencies, there's restaurants, there's food. It's limitless. So come out and support a Somali business.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين صلى الله وبارك على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وسلم أداني السلام يا ولا لها ضمان المسلمين تاع عالمك سجود قناة كان أما برتن هذا موقفوجالك دلمر نقد دعوان دون الله نبارك تبارك وتعالى أداني السلام يا مركز كسوجنتين حليك السوري تهاي الله نحمده تبارك وتعالى ماشان هذا كسوجنا هاي وانترناشنال مول كان هنري كولومبوس هوري انتي وتقاني وتقانا انت هذا aqoona kusoo dhawaada moolkan runtii waa mool cajiib ah ma sha Allah dadkii walaalihii ka shaqeeyay bulshada runtii wax walba u baahnayeen u soo dhaweeyeen Allah xifdiyo tabaaraka taala moolkan runtii wax walba u dhameystiran waxyaalo fara badan buu leeyahay waa mool runtii ilaa 100 dukaan ay ku taal intii bulshada waxyaalo kala gedisan u soo kordhiyay hadday noqon lahayd xawaaladaha hadday noqon lahayd yaani dukaamada hadday noqon lahayd yaani walaalaha dhisaymada sameynaya kullu shay jawaanib kastaba runtii aad iyo aad uga heleysaan dadka hadda gacanta ku haya dad culumma oo ma sha Allah oo runtii tacaamulkooda iyo fahamkooda aad iyo aad u sareeyo weeye bulshada marka waxaan leenahay ku soo dhawaada Allah in barakay intii hore u taqaanay oo u taqaan inta hadda meelaha fog ka arkaysa ama Columbus joogta ama khaarijkeeda joogtaba kusoo dhawaada Allah in barakay tabaaraka taala جزاكم الله خيرا السلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته
السلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته waxaan dhaxmarayna waa mallka international mall oo ku yaala Morris Road address-kiisu uu yahay 1780 Morris Road waxaan dadweynaha u ogeysiinaynaa ama u sheegaynaa insha Allah taala in mallka uu Soomaalida u furan yahay cid kasta doonaysa businesska way ka soo qayb gali karaan ayagoo lagu soo dhaweynaa gacmo furan especially saara tusmo halka joogta idin ka socoto okay insha Allah taala waa mallka waa mall heer sare ah loo sameeyay qaabkiisa dhinac kastaba marka ku dhilayn dadka ku soo dhawaada insha Allah taala gacmo furan
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته ما شاء الله maanta waxaan soo booqday Dalmar TV aad iyo aad baan idin soo dhaweynaa waad ku mahadsantihiin international mall ما شاء الله تبارك الله dukaamadan international mall wax walba waa laga helaa dharkii maxaan ku raahdaa wax walba maxaan ku raahdaa oo nooca darada wax yani Soomaali isticmaasho ama dadka maxaan ku raahdaa islaamka isticmaalaan oo dhanba waa laga helaa ما شاء الله تبارك الله ku soo dhawaada dukaamo badan oo furana way jiraan oo maaragtay u baahan in la soo dego oo maxaan ku way jiraan iyaguna ما شاء الله تبارك الله ku soo dhawaadaan ilaahay السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
هذا سعد أكتين بوحنا صوغ لي قلل كمول كان كفر مت كمدة خاصة قل كحينها لجمريو. هل كان حليمو قبل لي هذا إسكالة وحينها مريسة. قل كان يسود أويه وادر كيسان ما شاء الله. قلل كودو حتى آد بين نفس أويهين هاي سيلنا ويليهين إما ركتي ملها لجو كل هذا أو أنقر كأنا معها ما شاء الله. سودو هذا مركله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لما ودي سلامنا قرهان TV Dalmar oo maanta nagu soo booqday international mall aad iyo aad idin salaamayna salaan kadib waxaan halkan ka salaamayaa ummadda muslimiinta qarahan Soomaalida assalaamu alaykum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh halkan waa international mall oo ku yaala address-kiisa 1780 Morris Road dukaamo badan halkan ka jiro oo business badan aan ku leenahay sida waxaa ka mid ah aad u jeedaan Banaadir Travel Services oo dhanka kale oo wuxuu ku leeyahay asagana maaragtaa TET Services oo ah waa qaybta design-ka waa embroidery iyo printer intaba waa idinku haynaa haddii aan xogaa faahfaahin ka siiyo soo dhawaada soo gala koofidaha design-ka ah oo embroidery-ga ah oo aan ku sameyno calamada sida Soomaaliya magacyada iyo maaragtay campaign-ka waxaan kaloo haynaa kawooyinka aan maaragtay u diyaarin Soomaalida calamadaha iyo aan ku sameynay kama maqana halkaana waa koobkii aad arkaysaan ee soo qaaday Columbus Ohio iyagana kama maqna kaalimaha koowaad markaan soo laabto travel agency waa Banaadir Travel Service wuxuu furan yahay 3 years.
Hi, my name is Christina J. I'm the principal here at Zenith Academy North, located at 4606 Heaton Road. I just would like to let you know a few things about our program that we offer. We offer free breakfast and free lunch. We provide our own transportation. We have high quality educators here teaching. We offer CTE programs. There's lots of things and lots of reasons why you should come to our campus. This summer, we've held a summer school. We've had a big program today where we've had multiple stations, and we got to have bounce houses and popsicles and things like that. So there's a lot of different activities that happen here at our school. We would love to have you be a part of our home.
Okay, hi, my name is Mr. Tyson. So today we came out to the school and we did different activities. Students went around to different stations and they did a couple different activities. One of them was a math activity. They had a contest to see who could solve the multiplication problem first. We spent a little bit of time outside, but it was too hot. They had lunch. Let's see what else they do. We did some learning about your own emotions, your own emotional health. Learned about that too.
Hi, my name is Miss Woody, and today we had at Zenith Academy we had an educational carnival. So I was in charge of the social emotional station where they got to learn about their emotions, their feelings, and how to exercise those things in a healthy way, but also how to identify when you're having a different emotion. So they got to do a little activity where they had a presentation, they got to learn about it, so it was educational, but also we got to do some arts and crafts. So we got to do like a butterfly, putting a butterfly together and creating like this little holder where they got to have free toothbrushes and toothpaste that they got to take home so that they can take care of their dental health. So it was very, lots of good energy, lots of positive attitudes. So it was very fun and yeah, awesome.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته أخيارتنا دعوانا يساعد كسو دواء دالمر تي في وإذن كغا إيمانا
wuxuu qayb weyn ka qaataa kaabayaasha horumarineed ee bulshada. Daawadayaal maanta waxaan isla qaadaa dhigi doonaa goobta iminka naga dambaysa oo ah goob lagu iibiyo agabyada kala duwan ee guryaha. Goobtan ayaa sidoo kale jirta in ka badan 21 sano. Waxyaabaha lagu iibiyo iyo sidoo kale qaabka uu ku bilowday fikirkan ganacsi ayaan idinla wadaagi doonaa ee na soo raaca.
Hi, welcome to Furniture Land. This company has been opened 20 years ago. We are in Moores Road, 1395. Most of our products are coming from traditional turkey sets. We've been selling to multinationals. Some our customers are buying, shipping them to Africa, Asia, and all other parts of the continent. Most of our best sellers are from turkey sets all the way to contemporary sets from different companies we have. We have more than 5,000 SKUs of furniture. We do have our delivery service, which takes 7 days, which can beat the market waiting time for delivery. Like you see, most of our contemporary sets are on the front here. We sell them as a set. If you're looking for leather, we have been selling for multiple families since the first generation. Now we are dealing on the next generation of the market. all the contemporary, all modern furniture. We have some industrial, all the way to the accessories. Huge collection of rugs. You can't beat the prices from $299 all the way down to $100. We always run promotion on our dining room sets from traditional all the way to the new modern furnitures. We work with all sizes of housing, apartment, huge houses, high ceiling houses. Like you say, we have a Chinese buffet matching with the table set in the market. I think from the collection wise, we have up to 8 chairs table set. You can't beat that. And most of our finance, we have more than 7 finance going on. You can do 12 months, no interest. We have all the way down to 3 months, no credit needed. Huge collection, like I said, if you're looking for apartment size dining table, all the collections of apartment dining tables, all the way down to up to $399 available, $399, I repeat, $399 dining table, small collection for apartment, all the way up to $3,000, $6,000, $7,000. We furnish all different type of houses. On this side of our collections, we have some modern buffets for the dining set, as you can see. And then upstairs we have collections of office furniture. You can't beat that. We have office furniture up to $129 office table.
Welcome to Furniture Land. My name is Sam Hamdan. We've been in business here for about 20 years at Furniture Land, 1395 Morse Road. We offer a lot of nice kind of furniture. We have sofa, love seats, and recliners. A lot of dope busters and promotions that we going on inside Furniture Land today. We have a lot of tables and tables that go along with the furniture that we sell. We have a lot of contemporary furniture from Turkey, from Asia, from Vietnam. We have it from all over the place. And we do have a lot of furniture that we carry from Ashley's, from Value City, and then some. So we do carry about 20 different companies here at Furniture Land. We have a lot of promotions that every single day. We have a lot of sales that goes on every single day. So just come on in and check us out. We do have a lot of sectionals available in stock. We do have a lot of sofa love seats. We do have a lot of turkey sets. We do have a lot of entertainment centers. We do have a lot of area rugs that you like to see inside our store. And we do carry a lot of different dining rooms, from traditional to domestic to modern to anything that you see anywhere else. So we do carry a lot of furniture in our store. We're about 25,000 square feet inside the store, from bedding, from dining room furniture, and actually from living room furniture. Just come out and come and see us. We do, like I said, we do have a lot of promotions going on inside Furniture Land.
hirgelinta iyo maalgashiga fikrad ganacsi oo guuleysta waxay qayb ka qaadataa kaabayaasha horumarineed ee bulshada, waxaana qayb ka ah ganacsiyadaasi guuleystay Furniture Land oo jirta in ka badan 21 sano. dhammaan bahagabyada kala duwan ee guryuhu ay u baahan yihiin waxaad ka helaysaa Furniture Land, ha ahaato sariiraha, miisyada iyo kuraasta kala duwan iyo sidoo kale roogag, kuwaasi oo laga keenay qaybo badan oo caalamka ka mid ah. Furniture Land ayaa sidoo kale shaqo abuur u samaysay dhalinyaro badan, waxaana intaasi dheer in dhammaanba agabyada gurigu uu u baahan yahay ee Furniture Land ay deliverygoodu free yihiin. ka mid noqo macaamiisha ku xidhan Furniture Land oo hel agab guri oo tayo iyo qurux isku darsaday.
And we have our very own Shafi Shafat, CEO of Dalmar TV, as well as the Somali Chamber of Commerce. He is the man of the hour. Welcome.
Thank you, Sabrine.
And today we are at the 3rd annual Somali Iftar at the State House. How is that? How is your iftar?
It was great. It was a great thing. We have met Somali leaders who were here, and it was a great iftar.
MashaAllah. And thank you shout out to everyone that was involved in the iftar. It was amazing. And I wanted to ask you more about your election. You are the first Somali to run for Republican State House. How is that?
Thank you, Sabrine. Yeah, I'm the first Somali Republican who ever ran for state representative for District 10. I'm a proud Republican. I'm proud that today I'm in this great state, Ohio State House. And it was not only an honor to be there, but this is a party that aligns with our core value and principles. And I believe every Muslim is a Republican. by blood. So I still believe that there should be a good change within our country, and our country is heading a better direction right now.
MashaAllah. Would you ever run again?
Oh yes, oh yes. I have a lot of ambitions. I may run to a higher seat, but I think I'll run again.
The future is great, mashallah. And also, I wanted to ask you about the travel ban. Can you enlighten us and give us more information about it?
It's just a looming thing that the people are saying President Trump is going to ban certain countries, and I don't think that will happen. And if it happens, our president, the Somali community have voted for you, either in Minnesota, in Ohio, and many other places. And we're not expecting any travel ban to the great country of Somalia.
MashaAllah. And my other question was, there's information going around about green card holders and being deported. Can you touch up on that?
It's a homeland security issue. You know, it's not something everyone can say about it. If you are a green card holder and you have came to this country legally, you cannot be deported by law. But if you have criminal offenses and there is other criteria, you know, deportation people are just exaggerating it. Other presidents also deported many. President Trump, whatever he did they are exaggerating it. But the reality is that the deportation matters, yes. Our communities are really thinking about it and they are worried about it, but it's not the way they exist. Nothing will happen to a green card holder or a U.S. citizen, either from Somalia or Colombia or anywhere in the country. All those things they are saying is just exaggeration.
As you heard it is an exaggeration. Don't believe everything you hear on the media. And as far as Shafi Shafat, you have been involved in the Somali community. You've done great things for our community, as we all know. And my question is, why? Why do you enjoy helping your community?
Thank you so much. That's a great question. It's not, it's what I was brought up. You know, leadership skills is a man-made. It's not a man-made. It's something God gives to you. So whenever I wake up every night, whenever I sleep, I think of how many lives did I change today? What can I do to change the life of my people, the immigrants here in the United States, and where I came from, and my neighbors? I always think about it. That's the responsibility of every leader. And I think helping someone is something my soul will bestow on it. I feel peaceful when I help someone out of anywhere.
MashaAllah. Thank you so much. This is Dalmar TV, your favorite host, Sabrine Meyer. Thank you so much, Shafi Shafat, for being involved. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Most of the immigrants that were being naturalized were from Cape Verde. And Cape Verde is essentially a small island country where people speak Portuguese. And as you know, when you go to a naturalization ceremony, you go to one in Columbus, there are a whole lot of Somalis that are here. Or I assume you go to one in Springfield, 10 years from now, will be mostly Haitians that are being naturalized. In other places, they're Bhutanese. In other places, in Cleveland, they've been Italians, or now there were Ukrainians coming to be naturalized in greater Cleveland. So to me, the joy of this job, there's a lot of joy to me in this job, that I get to wake up and fight for people, and that I get to look around this room and see that people probably represent 25 countries here, the same as a naturalization ceremony. So to sort of educate our fellow men and women and to file better around the country, I'd suggest each of you, well, many of you in this room are naturalized, of course, but many of you have friends that have never been to a naturalization ceremony. So go back to one. You've already been naturalized, most of you, but take them to the federal courthouse. It's an hour naturalization ceremony. It's free. You can just go in and sit in the back, and you will see the richness of this country. And you can introduce some of your friends that look more like me to the richness of this country as they join you in watching one of these ceremonies. I have a barber. I live in Cleveland. I live in Cleveland. I have a barber who was naturalized from Italy, naturalized citizen in the late 1960s. He was naturalized. He's not been back to a naturalization ceremony since. And I talked him into going with one in the Cleveland Federal Building. And I asked the judge if my friend could speak. And so he stood up and he started talking about his immigrant experience and how this country has welcomed him and the prosperous life, the hardworking life. He's a barber. He's been on his feet essentially for 40 years cutting hair, and that wears your body down is most jobs, particularly for immigrants, do wear their bodies down and wear their bodies out. And he spoke, and after he spoke, a newly naturalized citizen from Burma spoke, and from France spoke, and from Brazil spoke, and from Nigeria, Igbo from Nigeria spoke, and it really is, it's the most, I've heard many immigrants tell me that next to the birth of the child, the best day of their life is their naturalization ceremony. And I see many of you saying and nodding and knowing that's an experience to tell your children about. So my job is to, well, let me illustrate it a different way. I wear this pin on my lapel. It's a canary. It's a depiction of a canary in a bird cage. And I think you know enough labor history, wherever he might have come from, that the canary, the mine worker took the canary down in the mines 100 years ago. And in those days had no union that was strong enough or government that cared enough to protect him. So he was on his own. And if the canary died, he got out of the mines. And I think about, I've worn this because it symbolizes to me worker safety. I've worn it for 30 years. When I came to the Senate, they give you a really fancy new pin. It was really expensive. And you put it on and you strut around like I'm a senator. And I wore it about a week and took it off and put my canary pin back on because they're really more signifies who I am. But I think about sort of the next steps, and I think about who we are as a country, and not just the beauty of the ethnic diversity and who we are with, I think Gandhi said, I haven't used this quote in a long time, that I want no windows in my house so that the winds of, I don't think he used the word diversity, and it's probably a Hindi word anyway, so I wouldn't know it. But the winds of other nations and nationalities and cultures blow through my house and make my house even more wonderful. And so I think about this pen, and 100 years ago, as a country, the Wall Street didn't decide, let's have Social Security so seniors have a better life, the people in this country. And that was, it could have been new immigrants, it could have been labor unions, it could have been advocates for consumers came and demanded that we have something like Social Security. And then the polluters that had polluted Lake Erie and polluted the Ohio River, polluted the Olentangy, and then Scioto did, and all of a sudden Sammy quit dumping stuff in the water, the rivers. We went out and demanded that they clean this up. The medical interests, the insurance companies didn't all of a sudden say in the 1960s, we're going to provide Medicare for people. No, we had to go out and demand it. Southern segregationist senators didn't all of a sudden wake up in the late 50s, early 60s. Hey, it's time we have everybody have the right to vote. So this country, the beauty of this country is not just diversity, it's also people demanding of their government that their government be more egalitarian, that their government treat people of color and treat people of all backgrounds and nationalities and religions and histories with more egalitarianism and equity. And I think back to one of the things that Dr. King's wife, that Greta Scott King said, Greta Scott King, who went to Antioch College in Ohio, that Greta Scott King said is, no victory is permanent, that every generation has to win its rights. And I mean, I was naive enough, and probably many of you were, to think that we would have abortion rights for the rest of our history. We'd always have abortion rights. And I also was naive enough to think we'd always have voting rights in this country. Well, maybe not, but you can see a Supreme Court, knowing there are always ultra-conservatives that would try to take abortion rights away, and try to take voting rights away, and try to take civil rights away. But we as a nation we're going to overcome that. And that's what issue 1 was like. I know that everybody here has probably voted for issue 1, but I'm thinking 9 out of 10 of you did, because you're smart and educated and care about justice. But I just think we as a nation, we make this fight every generation. We will never be a perfect union, but we will be a better union. We will be embracing of people that don't necessarily look like the majority of people who are found in this country. And we will continue to progress. So I thank you for your engagement. Thanks for being part of this. I see a lot of faces I know around the room, and thank you for that. And it's a great country that's going to get greater, and I so appreciate the public spiritedness of all of you. Thank you.
Family that should have been really celebratory after this harrowing, tragic event ended up being a time of high anxiety and fear of what the future was going to bring for our son. So really, when that happened, I knew I had to change careers. My husband knew that he had to change careers. We both worked in the helping professions and were paid below a living wage, even as college graduates. So we made the decision to do that, which was very difficult. We both started our own small businesses. And the only reason we were able to do that is because we had access to CHIP, the Children's Health Insurance Program. That public program allowed us to start businesses and to create economic opportunities for our family so that we could grow our family and so that we could survive and thrive. So I turned all of that lived experience and professional experience into advocacy work. And I've been advocating at both the federal and state levels on issues that affect families everywhere. Access to health care, in particular mental health care, on affordable child care, and universal pre-K programming so our kids can enter kindergarten ready to learn. I'm deeply due. Running for this office allows me to be on the other side of the door that I've been trying to knock down for years and years and years. So it would be an honor to serve you in the Ohio legislature, and I'm happy to get to meet with you all afterwards as well. Again, my name's Crystal Led. Thank you so much for having me.
Hello guys, I hope everyone is doing well. My name is Shafi Shafat. I'm the president of the Somali American Chamber of Commerce. We connected together many chambers: Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Asian American Chamber of Commerce, Chinese Community Chamber of Commerce, East and Central Africa Chamber of Commerce. And this is a group of minorities that came together. We're non-partisan. We did this initiative just to make sure that our people elect the right candidates. We have to respect our candidates. The issue that happened earlier, we don't expect anyone to disrespect any sitting member of Senate. And it's unfortunate. We want to see that. And we want people to know that these are our people who represent us. And we have to give them the right respect. The Somali community is estimated to be 68,000 Somalis within here in Central Ohio, with over 13,000 smaller LLCs. That's a very big community. I've led the Chamber of Commerce for the last 4 years. As you know, the Somali community are 100% Muslims and they don't go to banks. So the good thing about us is all those 13,000 companies, none of them went to bank. They are self-made. And you can see right, we have two members from the Somali community, Ismail Mohammed, who is sitting there, and Munira Abdullahi, who is here, two state representatives. Thanks for coming out. On behalf of the minority communities, we also give our thanks to Senator Sherrod Brown, who came to us. He respected us, and he came to us while you know how the campaign is. And on behalf of the minority communities here, I'm saying thank you, Senator, for coming out for us today. The rest of the evening is going to be very beautiful. We have many candidates. Please serve our communities regardless of color. Please be Ohioans and make sure when you're elected to the office, give the service you're supposed to give, regardless of either partisan or color. The minority communities have joined hands these times, and we will look at who will support us. Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the evening, and we'll continue with this event, and we want to see how many candidates we have here. Thank you so much.
Hey everybody, as a former teacher and a military person, I'm going to get us back on time. 3 things you maybe don't know. Education, we all agree that education is one of the most important things in the United States and in our world today. Equality of education, equality of opportunity, that's what we need. In the next 2 years, the next Congress, we will reauthorize the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. That is all of the federal programs for our public and some private schools who work in concert with public schools. Here's something you don't know. Over 60% of the budget for every public school is made from federal dollars. not local taxpayers, federal dollars. So here are three things we need. We need to increase ESL, English as a Second Language instruction, so that our new Americans who enter our schools have the training, have the support they need to integrate quickly so that they learn and optimize their education. We need more gifted funding. The state of Ohio does not fund gifted education. It forces the local school districts to do that. The federal government should return some of our tax money so that we do that. Number three, the federal government does not fund enough for special needs students. For 40 years, school districts have had a requirement to serve every child according to their needs. But we don't provide much federal funding at all, and the state hasn't provided any increase in 40 years. We need more money for our special needs students. And how many of you have noticed we need money for mental health and wellness in our education system? My good friend Crystal, who's going to win her race for state rep, talked about what was happening in her family, and I would echo that because I lost a brother from mental health addiction. We've all lost someone. We've all carried that burden. We're the leaders in this room. We need to do better as the United States government and serve everybody. And here's two other things, and again, because it's back on time. My opponent is for state rights. He is for something called PragerU, private education, picking one religion over another. I've served overseas. I've served in Afghanistan. I've served in Qatar. I've served in Kuwait. I've served in 4 of our continents. I have a broader perspective than almost anyone else in Congress. With your support, I'll be able to bring that broad perspective of diversity and inclusion to our national legislature in a way that is inclusive. And all of you know that when I've been in the State House the last 8 years, I've always worked hard to connect with new American communities in my district. So with that, we have time for questions. Oh, questions at the end. All right, well, that's me, Colonel Adam Miller. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I'm still chewing my pizza. I hope each of you enjoy the food, and let's give a round of applause to all the organizers for putting such a wonderful event together. So my name is Hong. I am representing AACO, that's Asian American Coalition for Ohio. We have a number of leaders and members from AACO. Please raise your hand. There we go! About 10 years ago with a vision to really engage, educate, and empower the API community through community engagement and through leadership development. Some of our flagship programs are the voter education, voter registration events, and the youth public service internship. So if any of you, share the same mission with us, please join us. I see my yellow card. Okay, just want to really quickly wrap up about, the reason why we are here is because we are participating in the democratic process, right? We want to get to know the candidates. We want to get to know what they stand for. Some of the key elements of a strong democracy is that empowered citizens, right? Empowered citizens, fair process, adaptive policy, information and communication, and also the social cohesion. So I want to thank all the candidates for being here to share with us what you stand for, and I encourage each of you to also do more research, pick the right leader. What's really important about our leader is their compassion, their integrity, rather than their promise. Empty could be empty, right? So be careful, make the good choice, so that we can have a great government and great democracy. Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's Representative Munira Abdullahi. I'm for my full name actually, it's even harder. Munira Yassin Abdullahi. I ran for office in 2022 actually, and I was able to be elected as the first Somali woman in the Ohio House. So I'm very happy. Member in the Democratic Party. Youngest member in the House. There might be one of the yeah, okay. But I ran for office for a very specific reason. I grew up, well, first of all, my family came as refugees. I was born in a refugee camp in Kenya. And my family came to the U.S. When I was about 2 years old. And so I grew up kind of, going through the struggles that, the immigrants go through. Very young parents. But very particularly, my young struggling immigrant parents were very passionate about community and community service. They made sure to drag me along to every community service project they were doing. They made sure to take me along and force me to volunteer to a lot of different things, and that built my love for community, and it showed me just how much we deal with on a daily basis while trying to survive, while trying to thrive in this country, and the obstacles, the many, many obstacles that are there against us. And against so many people in this country. And I learned that through my nonprofit work and through my activism and service, that all these problems that we're trying to fix as nonprofits, as organizations, activists, we're just putting a Band-Aid on it. Most of it comes from bad policy. So I asked myself, what am I going to do about it? I was taught, if you see a problem, find the root and solve it efficiently and effectively. And I decided, okay, I'll run for office. What the heck? And so I ran for office, and I'm very passionate about many, many issues. I'm not going to go through every single one of them today. I know we have a long list of candidates, and I want to give my amazing colleagues and candidates their due time. But we have a lot of barriers as immigrants, as Americans, as minorities in this country. There are leaders, a lot of our leaders have failed to address. And so my time in the State House has been mainly to give a voice to everyone who has been underrepresented, because let's be real, there's a lot of underrepresentation happening in the State House. How many of you know that we have the most corrupt State House in America? The most corrupt State House in America, according to the FBI. And that has to change. And so I'm going to take a little bit of my time to talk about issue 1, which is a citizen-led initiative, citizens not politicians, which would change the maps, fix our gerrymandered maps, that allows the State House to continue to be as corrupt as they are, because there's no checks and balances. So please, educate yourself on issue 1. I have 30 seconds, so I can't do that right now. But go to citizensnotpoliticians.com and vote yes on issue 1, and vote for Supreme Court judges that will support it. So thank you again for having me here. Thank you for doing this. I love these kind of events. I love the diversity of this room. So continue to do things like this, because we are the leaders, and if we don't speak up, who will? No one's going to speak up for us. So thank you all for being here. Please continue to stay involved and stay advocates. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. First of all, thank you so much, everyone, for coming here. And I totally agree with Rep. Manira. So we have so many diverse faces here, and this is what this event is about. I'm one of the organizers of this event. My name is Vincent Wang. I'm the chair of the Ohio Chinese American Association. It is a local grassroots group that basically the main purpose is trying to encourage the community members to participate in all different aspects of the American society, volunteering, going to elections, volunteer for as a poll worker and so forth. And also a couple of programs we are doing is one of these every couple of years. We run candidate forums, candidate meet and greet, so that the politicians, candidates can talk to community members, make sure we have some mutual understanding of what we are doing here and how we make the society better. And we have a lot of youth volunteers, and also we have internship programs. Hopefully some of you guys host our internships and our interns or volunteers. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you all so much for having me here today. I'm Rachel Morocco. I'm running for State Rep in District 60, which is basically southern Delaware County. Actually, we're in it right now, but it includes like the Lewis Center, Powell area up through Ostrander. My background is medicine. As mentioned, I'm a general pediatrician. It's my day job. And that's actually my why for running for office. So as a pediatrician, I really have kind of a front row seat to what failed social policy looks like. And over the years, I've worked throughout the city of Columbus. I've been through downtown. I work in Delaware now, but I've worked all throughout the city. And I've seen it all. I've seen parents who are working multiple jobs just to support their families, moms who are making a really hard choice about going back to work or trying to afford childcare. Ohio is in the bottom of publicly funded childcare, and that is a huge issue for so many families. Education issues with the school system, I see it every single day. And that was really what motivated me, but really gun violence is what got me into politics. I had many patients impacted by gun violence, and I was frustrated. So I started trying to do more. I started volunteering with a group, Moms in Action. I started working out the Safe Gun Storage Program, and I started spending time in the State House. house. And what I realized is what I was seeing every day in my clinic, those issues were not being addressed in the state house. And that's what motivated me to run for office. I'm also a mom. I have 2 boys. My oldest son, Dominic, he's 13 now, but he has special needs. He was diagnosed with autism at age 4. And that journey was really hard to get the diagnosis, to get occupational therapy, speech therapy, to go through the IEP process at school. It was such an eye-opening experience and such a struggle, even for me, someone in the healthcare field. So that was really a huge path to advocacy that I never anticipated. And it's what I do a lot every day, is I work with families trying to get it. It's actually gotten harder. It's gotten harder to get these services for kids. Every year it's harder. And so we need more funding at the state level to support that. So what do I support? Healthcare. Healthcare is important to me. Access to healthcare, the cost of healthcare, mental health care, as Crystal mentioned. We are in the midst of a public health crisis when it comes to mental health, and we do not have the mental health care providers to support this need. We need to work to retain our employees, to bring more mental health providers into Ohio. Education is important, fairly funding our schools. We are not doing that right now, and our schools are at a disadvantage. It's raising our property taxes. It is not providing services for kids who really need them. And also supporting our growth. I live in Delaware County. It's the fastest growing county in the state. There's a new house going up every single day if you live around here. So supporting local growth, providing infrastructure for what we need to make our community safe and prosperous. And so gun violence, as I mentioned, but it's really important to me. I'm here to be an advocate. I'm here to be a voice for those who need it. So I thank you all so much for your support, and thank you for having me here.
Commissioner Boyce and I, thank you. It's good to be here tonight. Commissioner Boyce and I both are running unopposed this year, so we're going to get interesting. We're going to split our time and try to keep everybody on time. So I wanted to call note, so the organizations that are all represented here tonight, that are up on the screen, we either can or do work with all of these organizations. If we don't, we can, and some of them we already do. But we can work with them through our community partnerships or through our partners that we work with throughout the course of the business that we conduct as county commissioners. When I became county commissioner in 2009, I began working with the Somali community work group. When Commissioner Boyce became county commissioner in 2017, he immediately began a New Americans work group, and so the two of us have been very much involved in working with New Americans since the time we both became county commissioners. And then I have been very active with, especially the Indian community, some of my good friends that are here as well, because we led through our Sister Cities program. We have a sister city in Ahmedabad, India, and I worked with my good friend Neil Patel's here. Neil went with us on that trip, as well as some of the other friends that we have in the community. We led a delegation to Ahmedabad and to several other cities in India about a dozen years ago. And so we've been working with this community for many, many years and have a lot of good friends throughout. And so we're very happy to be here tonight. But we're on time here.
Hey, thank you. Commissioner Grady left me like 10 seconds, like he always does. My name is Kevin Boyce. That's true, that's true. My name is Kevin Boyce, and I'm currently the president of the Franklin County Board of Commissioners. And honestly, I'm so honored to be here. They say there are 2 ways to run for election, scared or unopposed. And so John and I chose to run unopposed. So we wanted to be here today because we wanted you to understand how important the conversation is about how we welcome our newest Americans. More importantly, I want you to take just a quick second to reflect in 2017 what was going on. We had a new president in office who declared that not only would he build a wall to keep new Americans out, but they were ending sanctuary city policies and really taking on, and that conversation has come back again. And so what John and I, and at the time Commissioner Marilyn Brown, what we did was we came together, huddled, and said, what role can the county play in welcoming our new Americans, and more importantly, sending the message not only to Franklin County residents, but across Ohio, that you're welcome here, we want you here, and we're going to build our community together here. And so we created the New American Advisory Committee, and what it's done for us is not only equip
equip us with the resources to understand a variety of communities, but more importantly, to build for those communities so that no matter where you come from, no matter what part of town you live in, no matter what you want, what issues you represent, you know there's a place for you in the Big Ten of Franklin County. And we're going to continue to do that. Thank you so much for having us.
So glad to be in front of you. For those of you who I do not know, I am Allison Russo, state representative from Ohio House District 7. So I represent the communities of Upper Arlington, Grandview. I have all of the Ohio State University campus and the University District and some of Clintonville as well. But I also have the honor and privilege of serving as the Ohio House Minority Leader. Thanks to many of my colleagues who are here today sharing about their candidacy. And I want to speak not only as the state representative who also has the pleasure of representing here in Franklin County and Central Ohio and being very familiar with the issues here, but really, some of the things that are priorities for us in the Ohio House, which is centered on many of the issues that have been discussed already this evening, making sure that we have a strong public education system. 90% of Ohio's children attend public schools. We want to make sure that they are well funded and that they continue to be well funded because we know that education is such an integral part of making sure that everyone in our community has opportunity. And it's important for all children, no matter what zip code you live in, what your background is, who your family is, to have the opportunity to thrive and build a strong future. We've also been very focused on how do we best address some of the housing needs here in the state. And that means that housing across the spectrum, whether we are talking about more affordable housing, worker housing, increasing housing stock, etc. There are things that we can be doing and have done a little bit of at the State House, but we can certainly be doing so much more. We've also been focused on a lot of times playing defense on access to healthcare, all forms of healthcare, and making sure that individuals are able to make their own decisions about healthcare. But the other thing I do want to share, a little bit of positive news for you, is one of the most important policy documents that we work on in the State House is actually the state operating budget. And there are incredible opportunities in the state operating budget, and I'll give a little plug to some of the work that we've been able to do, particularly around micro businesses and women and minority-owned micro businesses in the state in terms of making sure that they have money to put grants out to provide opportunities to small business owners, specifically those micro businesses which are 10 or fewer employees, but also assessing how we are doing as a state and building those opportunities, because if you don't measure it, you're probably not going to improve it. And so those were things that we as the House Democratic Caucus and a lot of the folks that you see here advocated for, and we will continue advocating for in future budgets. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Shayla Faber, and it is an honor to be here before you this evening. Since 2019, I've had the honor of serving as a member of Columbus City Council, focusing in on issues related to housing, criminal justice, as well as health and human services. But tonight I'm here before you because I am running to serve as your next Franklin County prosecutor. Now, the phrase prosecutor is a bit of a misnomer. Many of us know it also as DA if you're fans of Law and Order or SVU or anything like that. But let me just break down to you what this job actually is. The holidays are upon us, so think about a pie, if you will. That pie is divided into 4 equal slices, right? And so part of that pie is the criminal division, where the prosecutor is tasked with prosecuting any crimes that might arise in Franklin County on behalf of the state. The other slice would be our civil division, and if you did not know, there are approximately 35 agencies that fall under the purview of Franklin County. That includes Franklin County Children's Services, Franklin County Adoption Agency, Office on Aging. There's tons of organizations that fall under the purview of the Franklin County Prosecutor's Office. Part of the job also includes legal advisement, and this is provided in our Ohio Revised Code. There are agencies that fall outside of just Columbus, Ohio, so we've got all of our suburban partners, we've got townships and villages that also fall under that, and you just heard from our phenomenal Franklin County commissioners, and this office also serves as a legal advisor in that capacity. I would also offer up that a part of that pie, if you will, would include the job and the role of a chief executive officer. This office is the third largest law firm in Franklin County. And so it demands that there is an executive leader that knows how to professionalize this office, that has the tenacity and the vision to be the type of model and change that I believe that we can be in this community. And last but certainly not least will be that of it truly being a political office. We just heard from our phenomenal leader, Leader Rousseau, and this office does have jurisdiction over the State House. We also heard from Representative Manera that that our General Assembly is one of the most corrupt General Assemblies in this country. And so this office has a history of not pursuing any type of investigation as it relates to political misconduct, public corruption, or police misconduct as well. And so I'm running for Franklin County Prosecutor because I believe that Franklin County can become a model county that not only works to address public safety, but also works to reform an unjust and inequitable system that leads with transparency, prioritizes accountability, and honors the dignity and respect of every Franklin County resident. Please go to my website, www.shaylafaber.com, to learn more about my platform. Thank you for the invitation to be here.
It's a tricky last name. So my name is Burl, rhymes with girl, Brown, Pickle Antonio. And I have the honor of representing the 4th House District, which includes Gahanna, Blacklick, New Albany, and most of the Franklin County, not all, but most of the Franklin County part of Westerville. And I am just grateful to all of you for being here tonight, for engaging civically, and for continuing these conversations when you leave from here with your friends, your family, people who you know. There are so many things that are important that are on our ballot this year, every year, honestly. So I grew up in an unusual way, I would say, because I grew up in a house where my family was very engaged in our community. I had 2 parents who were role models of public service and figuring out how to lean into their communities, into our community, to see how they could help make the community better. I've gotten to meet a lot of you in those years of service with my parents, and I'm grateful for that role model. So I did not ever myself think that I was going to be a political candidate until in 2015, living in Gahanna, Ohio, we had a divided school board, and I watched how that division and lack of professionalism really impacted the students in my community, which in turn impacted the families and staff, which meant that the entire community was impacted. I'm an attorney by professional background. I worked for the state for about 23 years. The last 10, I was the chief ombudsman of the workers' comp system, where it was my job to help people know their legal rights and navigate the system. When I was watching what was going on with my school board, I knew that the mediation skills that I had might be helpful in bringing my board back together and focusing on what they should be focusing on, which is students. I ran and was elected. I served as school board president for 8 years through the pandemic and through some of the culture wars that followed the pandemic. And it was in that service that I realized that where I needed to be next was in the State House. I plan to run in 2026. I had a wonderful state representative. You might remember Mary Lightbody. She was a fantastic state representative, and when she made a really difficult decision or maybe it wasn't so difficult, she got to be with her grandchildren. When she made that decision, I was fortunate to be appointed into the role, and I think that I was able to come into the role bringing some skills, working from both the state level and local government level, to really be able to best serve my constituents constituents and make sure that the government is working for you, because that's who we should be working for. I see my time is up. I'm going to say my name one more time because it is really difficult. It's Burl Brown, Pickle Antonio, and thank you so much.
Good evening to the members of the chambers that are here represented and the coalitions. Thank you for this opportunity. It's a privilege and an honor to stand here before you. My name is Meredith Lawson-Rowe. I am Reynoldsburg City Council President and your candidate for House District 5 for the State House. House District 5 is essentially the southeastern portion of southeastern portion of the state. That is the Franklin County part of Reynoldsburg, Canal, Winchester, small part of Columbus, Groveport, Ovex, Madison Township, and Hamilton Township. And I am one of those candidates that is fortunate enough to say that I do not have an opponent, but that does not mean that it is not important for me to be out to make sure that I'm connecting with communities and also representing my future constituents. A little bit about me. I am, right here, I represent 6 generations of Ohioans. The first generation of Ohioans moved here from Georgia escaping sharecropping. Thank you. So I am the third of 5 generations of Ruths, and my grandmother, Ruth Ella, we are Ruth Ella. She paid a poll tax in order to vote. My mother, Ruth Marilyn, is I stand on her shoulders. She is a serial community organizer. That is one reason why I have such a love for building community and building relationships, is because she dragged me to every meeting with her, and every community organizing meeting with her. And I am Meredith Ruth, your candidate for state representative. My daughter, Nandi Ruth, is our future. I'm standing here before you fighting for the rights for her that my mother fought for me that she does not have. And then my granddaughter, who was on the way, she will be Sinai Ruth. And so it is so very important to me that I lead with my values. So real quick, I want to leave with you. Democracy is not a spectator sport. You all know that because you're here. You have a sphere of influence. So 5 people, make sure you take 5 people to the polls. If you're anything like me, that's your family. So reach outside of that 5. Make sure that we vote down the ballot. We're all very excited for Madam VP, but we have to get Senator Brown in there in order to help to push her agenda, as well as citizens, not politicians, and our Supreme Court. So again, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Meredith Lawson-Rowe, and I appreciate your support.
Thank you so much. And now I want to introduce one of my leaders, Ismail Mohammed, who is a state representative for District 10, a long-time leader within the Somali community. Ismail, welcome to the podium.
Thank you very much, Shafi. So this is State Representative Ismail Mohammed, representing the 3rd District. So if you happen to live in North Linden, Clintonville, but also Italian Village, Victorian Village, I happen to be your representative. I'm serving my 1st term in office. So I've only been there for a little less than a year. Good to see Lee Russo, Rep. Pickle Antonio, Rep. Munira, I think I saw Rep. Miller, Rep. Samani, a couple of my other colleagues that are here as well. Thank you to the whole coalition for having me. So again, prior to me serving, I worked as an attorney. That was my main trade. So I've got a chance to see a lot of this work on the practice side when it comes to immigration, when it comes to criminal defense. So I've seen firsthand some of the stuff that people struggle with. So it was an easy transition for me to get into the policy side of it. So in my time in office, I've introduced several pieces of legislation, one of them being to recognize World Refugee Day, making sure that our immigrant communities are respected. We've seen all the different attacks that are going on, unfortunately, and some of the demonization that's going on, and making sure that we recognize that this country was built on the back of immigrants, that we recognize our founding principles as critical. I've also been able to introduce a bill to increase the minimum wage to 15, 18, and 21 over a 3-year period. The current minimum wage is $10.45. It's a shock when I mention it to people, because most people don't know that. So it's important that we recognize that none of this will be able to happen if we don't pass issue 1. I think Leader Russo and Rep. Nair both have mentioned the importance of issue 1, because all these bills will be impossible to pass if we're not able to get a legislature that is responsive to the people. So that's another piece of legislation. One other piece of legislation that I've been very proud to sponsor and support is regarding marijuana expungement. I've seen firsthand over my 8 years of practice that so many of our younger people, especially black and brown people often, are dealing with minor marijuana offenses. And that happens to ruin a young person's life for making a single mistake. So I'm working with another rep to make sure that we can get issue 1, which was passed. So the voters already spoke last November of passing issue 2. So making sure that we put that into law and making sure that we have an expungement process that is inclusive. I'm sorry, I'm being a little loud at mine. I can get excited about that, I apologize. So making sure that we put that into law, we have an expungement process which is automatic. Very important that we mention that. You're not going to be required to apply. Once this bill passes, it will be an automatic process that will expunge any record that meets the definition of issue 2. So I'm excited for that piece of legislation. I've been able to introduce a bill. 30-second wrap-up. So I want to mention issue 1, very important. Issue 1, please make sure that we pass issue 1. We educate our community members. We have less than 2 weeks to educate the population on issue 1 and get it passed. That will ultimately be the factor that will determine whether we're able to pass on the legislation that we're putting forward. Because we have a great piece of legislation that will not pass if we don't have a legislature that is responsive to our issues. So please pass issue 1. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you to the coalition for having me as well.
Hello and good evening, buenas tardes. My name is Dr. Nate Overmeyer. I am a proud osteopathic family physician and I am your Franklin County coroner. It is such an honor to be here with you today. I was appointed in late 2022, so I've been serving as your coroner for the last 2 years, and I'm looking for my first full term. I just want to say first how proud I am of all of you. I don't know if you hear that enough. I don't think we hear that enough, but I am proud of each and every one of you. In my office, there's 2 words that that epitomize me. It's respect and dignity. And so I treat my patients, my living patients, with respect and dignity. And the patients that come through my office as coroner, those folks who have passed and are deceased, those are some of the most vulnerable patients in Franklin County, and they deserve respect and dignity as well. And so through my office, we've tried really hard to continue to make sure I sign my death certificates in an accurate, timely, and compassionate way, because it takes a long time to make sure we get it right, and the folks that come through my office deserve justice. So we work really hard in the coroner's office to make sure of the 3,000 decedents that come through my office that we're providing justice and compassionate care. I'm looking forward to getting to know some of you in the time afterwards, and I'm again looking forward to continuing this work, this really important work of providing justice to the decedents of Franklin County, the families, and as a family physician, it's rooted in prevention and making sure that we are reducing the amount of gun violence in our communities. 70% of suicides are from gun violence. I don't know if you know that. Thankfully, the amount of overdoses in our community continue to fall, but in 2022, there were 900 people in Franklin County that died of an overdose. Thankfully, again, those numbers are coming down. In 2023, we've seen about 750. But again, folks, 750 folks in Franklin County have died of an overdose. That is unacceptable. We see too many youth coming through my office dying from suicides or homicides. Enough is enough. I'm working hard to make sure we're reducing those numbers. So thank you again for having me. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Yeah, good evening everybody. Thanks for having me here, and I really want to appreciate all our candidates. Can we just, let's give them a clap. Thank you. Like Dr. Joy said, I'm Daniel Ajayi, and I represent the West and East African community in our Columbus right now, and of course, we'll anticipate that will expand to the nooks and crannies of Ohio State. And by West and East African community, we're talking about Nigeria, we're talking about Sierra Leone, Uganda, Democratic Republic of Congo, Gambia, and a few other countries that have come together to represent this community. And by population, this community is around 75,000 individuals that actually live in Columbus. And when it comes to our level of impact, this community has concentrated more on education and leadership. And then we have, of course, pockets of individuals that are also entrepreneurs, and they have their own small businesses. So we're looking forward, and we are glad to be part of this initiative, and we're looking forward to more participation and to also get our people to come out and fulfill their fundamental civic responsibility. Thank you for having me tonight.
I'll take this one because I do have to leave after this. But so first of all, we are very lucky here in Central Ohio. I mean, it's a good problem to have. We've got an influx of jobs and opportunities here. With that, we also have an influx of population. The downside of that is we have to have the infrastructure, and especially the housing, to keep up with those demands. And I will say that there's a lot of work that is being done. This is less dictated by the legislature, but there's a lot of regional work right now that is being done with our regional planning commission. So MORPC, some of you may have heard this. We're working on a number of issues, not only, and our commissioners can take this as well, not only on the issue of how do we transport people, especially from where the jobs are to where people live, and often it's not in the same county, maybe a couple of counties away, but also how do we deal with some of these issues like zoning. Columbus, as was noted, has been very progressive in leaning into this issue. The reality is a lot of our suburban communities, they want to address this issue, but they don't have the expertise and the resources for that expertise to do that kind of planning, to do an assessment of the zoning, to really think about, how do we plan for the population changes. One of the things that MORPC is doing, which is our Regional Planning Commission, is they are actually giving talent and resources sort of on loan to these communities to come up with these plans and to assess their zoning. So I'm excited about that because it's giving all of our communities the resources that they need to be able to plan appropriately and make those decisions. Now, of course, it's up to local governments and local city councils to pass those recommendations, but they at least have the knowledge and expertise at their hands, which will be incredibly helpful in this space. And then Commissioner Grady, you want to take it?
Sorry, it's working. Leader Russo, great answer. Also, so as the question is stated and as Leader Russo indicated, so the city has stepped up and is leading on this issue. Mayor Ginther has stepped into this space and is working with leaders all over the community. But the city of Columbus can't do this by themselves. Franklin County can't do this by themselves. Affordable housing is an issue all across the country. This isn't a large county, smaller only issue. This isn't Franklin County or City of Columbus issue only. This is a red county and a blue county issue. This is an issue that's going on all over the United States. And we talk to our colleagues across the United States about this all the time. This is a problem that every county commissioner in the United States is dealing with. This is an issue that every mayor in the United States is dealing with. Mayor Ginther has reached out. He's reached out to us. We've been talking with him about it for quite some time. So this is something that we all have to stack hands on. This is something that the city, the county, the state, and our suburban counterparts all have to be able to get together and work on it collectively. We have to work together with our friends in the private sector as well. The mayor has begun to reach out and sit down with his suburban counterparts. He's begun to reach out and sit down with my colleagues in the rural areas. He's sat down and I've provided him phone numbers for my colleagues in Pickaway County and in Lincoln County and in Delaware County and Union County so that he can reach out with them. He's gone to lunch and sat down and met county commissioners, Republican county commissioners in the rural areas so that they can also then begin to stack hands with us because this is such a big issue.
We have another question, then we're going to open it up to socialization.
Yeah, I would like to ask Dr. Anita Somali, please answer this. So I heard there are some problems Intel is being delayed, or we may have a big problem Intel getting in the state of Ohio. So do you want to answer that?
Do I want to answer that, or should I? So I think one of the issues with Intel is they had a very aggressive timeline for building the new manufacturing plant. It was supposed to be done at the end of 2025. And I think, as you know, with everything else, if you've ever built a house, if you've ever built anything, there's always delays. And so now it's projected, there's a projected delay to 2026. The other issue is that Intel's overall profits were lower. They laid off people in their Portland, Oregon facility. And so that may also be creating some delays. But I don't think they've abandoned the projects as far as I know. I mean, if somebody else may have better information, I think it's just delayed.
Thank you.
The veto override is the best approach.
I would not be in favor of overriding the vetoes.
Senator Bill Blessing and Representative Bill Romer co-chaired a property tax study committee last year, but have different views on several of the provisions that made it into the state budget.
We've had some small wins in the past, but what we worked on was the largest property tax reform since possibly the 1970s.
The property tax measures in the budget would have saved Ohioans billions of dollars this next tax year, but some argue it would have come at the cost of local government, schools, fire, and police needing to consolidate, close, or make cuts to services.
There's the assumption that, there's all this waste and overspending at the local level. I'm just not sure that there's merit with that.
So what is Governor Mike DeWine suggesting instead? He does not have an exact proposal, but is convening a working group to study the issue and come up with new suggestions.
That is exactly what is not needed now. We've already done the studying. We know the areas to tackle. We know what to get after to help our taxpayers. The last thing Ohioans need are more committees.
For now, Romer is counting votes to see whether a veto override is possible on any of the 4 vetoed measures.
We're going to see if we can get those done over the summer. If we can't, we will look at doing that when we return in September, in October, whenever that happens to be.
And Blessing is looking ahead to other ideas.
I have a number of provisions that could fund, something like a modified homestead exemption.
hayay waa hayondaaye hayay haddii hamigaagii uu ahaa gaari casri aad ku xaragooto hayondaay ayaa kuula diyaar ah oo hamigaagii rumaysay hoyga baabuurta casriga ah waa hayondaay oo hore u soo gaar xarunta hayondaay oo aad ka heli karto baabuurtii u dambeysay oo casri ah oo 2025 ah waaba hayondaay qiimo ku raaligeliya oo bilaa ribo ah ayaad ka heli kartaa hayondaay oo ku taala wadada Morse Road gaar ahaan ka soo horjeedka dukaanka Goodwill waxaana kuugu diyaar ah shaqaalo Soomaali ah oo afkaagii hooyo kuugu adeega bal saciido horay u wad gaariga hayondaay oo hadalka inoo hagaajiyay.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. ما أنتوا حنجوجا كمبنيga هايونداي waxaa Soomaalida ugu bishaareynaya kambaniga Hyundai Morris Road uu ku yaalaa gaarigan quruxda badan waa 7 seat haddana waxaa u maleysaa 4 seat inuu yahay cylinder gas badan ma cunaayo asoo 7 seat waxa waaye 4 cylinder wax gas uu cunaayo male waa u jeedin waa meesha gaska ya waa waray ma sha Allah tabarakallah inaba caadi ma aha gaarigan waa Hyundai waa 7 seat waxaa la dhaasan tarfa waa u jeedin ma sha Allah tabarakallah aniga kanaan qaatay on ku yaacay ma sha Allah Allah ku barakeeyo waa 2025 waa 10 years ama 100,000 mile is the warranty 3 years oo free oil and wash wax kasta dhaqistii oilkii kulli kana waa elentra arkaysiin waa battery iyo gas isku jiro marka batteriga markoo baraf da'ayo ama aad qof sugaysid ama aad degdegsantaad shidatid gaaskaada uu ku safe garoobaa waxaa kaliya oo ku shaqeynaya batteriga gaaska markaa dhaqaaqdo wax yar uu soconayaa laakiin waa isku dheelitiraysaa meesha adiga gaariyada kale aad ka isticmaashid 2 days ama 2 days and a half ama 1 day gaaska kan mar walba wuxuu dheeryahay 1 day 2 days markaa isticmaalaysid kan wuxuu dheeryahay 3 days 3 days markaa isticmaalaysid wuxuu dheeryahay 4 days waana Hyundai waa ujeediin waana black waa 4 cylinder ilmahaaga u qaadi kartaa teenagerka adaa qaadan karo aabaha kaligiis wuu qaadan karaa marka ilmaha koraan oo kale hooyadii aabaha way qaadan karaan mi ayu camal waa u isticmaali kartaa ma fahant maasha Allah Hyundai saa idin kugu sheegay gaarigan idin kugu soo sharaxay horay waa ujeediin 2025 waaye waxaan sugaynaa oo kaliya 2026 maasha Allah tabaarakallah dhexdiisaan fiirineena quruxdiisa iyo completekiisa iyo siduu yahay inaad macnaha qiimeynta Hyundai ee leedahay waxa waaye maasha Allah waa gaari aad u qiimo badan wallahi bilaa dadka gaagaawan xataa saanay dhahaan waa jiida hore geysanayaan waa u jeedin idin kale waaye meesha gaaska marshadiisi gaari hore iyo gadaal u soconay xataa waa la sheegay kaas le ama qataaba aan kan iska dhaafaa
gaari aad adigu parking gareey jirtay ama adigu aad wadi jirtay hadii aad ku daashay mid isagu iswadaan ku haye soco waa u jeeda ana wada stop هاي دي بقى عليا قاريان وأوجدان بيلتها إستاجاس باركن قرينا you don't need إن أدوق باركن قريسيد stop مستعجية هذا أنا again هرو سعة إستاجاس باركن قرينا يا إستاجاس وذ قاريان هونداي واي تويوتا هنا تكو أرديسين ولا جي البحي أنا هذا أفريقيا شوقي لحتى تويوتا موتين so هونداي قاريان إنه بعادي هين واي هدي أدوب بهانتهين soo dhawaadan idin leeyahay gaariga isaga parking gareynaya isaga iswadaaya lagama sheekeen karo automatic waaye waa gaari 7 seat na leh lagama sheekeen karo
Hyundai waxay ku taalaa Columbus Ohio North Side Morris Road kasoo horjeedka Horizon Goodwill Nawaakas Goodwill isla ka seenaa Soomaaliyeey iyo Horizon School kasoo horjeedkiisa waa Morris Road wadada dheer oo caanka ah waliba waxay ku magac dheertay Soomaalidu u yaqaan Morris iyo Cleveland laakiin Cleveland wax yar soo dhaafaysa waa Horizon School maasha Allah tabaarakallah kasoo horjeedkiisa waxaana la dhahaa Hyundai company waa big company maasha Allah waa company weyn gaari nooc ku haya 2025 2026 ka soo socda xataa waa helaysiin gaariyo
Hi, my name is Christina J. I'm the principal here at Zenith Academy North, located at 4606 Heaton Road. I just would like to let you know a few things about our program that we offer. We offer free breakfast and free lunch. We provide our own transportation. We have high quality educators here teaching. We offer CTE programs. There's lots of things and lots of reasons why you should come to our campus. This summer, we've held a summer school. We've had a big program today where we've had multiple stations, and we got to have bounce houses and popsicles and things like that. So there's a lot of different activities that happen here at our school. We would love to have you be a part of our home.
Okay, hi, my name is Mr. Tyson. So today we came out to the school and we did different activities. Students went around to different stations and they did a couple different activities. One of them was a math activity. They had a contest to see who could solve the multiplication problem first. We spent a little bit of time outside, but it was too hot. They had lunch. Let's see what else they do. We did some learning about your own emotions, your own emotional health. Learned about that too.
Hi, my name is Miss Woody, and today we had, at Zenith Academy, we had an educational carnival. So I was in charge of the social emotional station, where they got to learn about their emotions, their feelings, and how to exercise those things in a healthy way, but also how to identify when you're having a different emotion. So they got to do a little activity where they had a presentation, they got to learn about it, so it was educational, but also we got to do some arts and crafts. So we got to do like a butterfly, putting a butterfly together and creating like this little holder where they got to have free toothbrushes and toothpaste that they got to take home so that they can take care of their dental health. So it was very, lots of good energy, lots of positive attitudes. So it was very fun and yeah, it's awesome.
الحمد لله رب العالمين وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلوات الله وسلامه عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. waxaan ku dhex jirnaa barnaamijkeenii tarbiyatu lawlaad, awlaadda oo la tarbiyeeyo, wanaagga awlaadda iyo hagaagooga waxyaabaha ka qayb qaata ee sababta u ah. qaar ka mid ah horeynu usoo sheegnay, halkii baynu kasii wadanaa biidni illaahi tacaala. walaalayaal, waxaa ka mid ah waxyaabaha awlaadda tarbiyadooda iyo wanaagooda hagaagooga ka qayb qaata alrifqu bihim wa mucaamalatuhum bilraxmati wallutfi walixsaan. awlaadda in loo dhibirsanaado, in loo dabacsanaado, in lagula dhaqmo naxariis, wanaag iyo samafal, in laga fogaado oo laga dheeraado can alghildati washidati waljafaa, adayga iyo qallafsanaanta, in laga dheeraado oo laga fogaado. rifqiga iyo dabacsanaantu shay dhexdii ma degto ilaa way qurxisaa. rifqiga iyo dabacsanaanta shay lagama siibo ilaa shaygaa laga siibay shay foolxun ayuu noqdaa. sidaasaa nabigeenu inoo tilmaamay salawaatu ullaahi wasalaamuhu calayh, ina arifqa laa yakuunu fii shayin ilaa zaanah walaa yunzacu min shayin ilaa shaanah. rifqiga iyo dabacsanaantu shay dhexdii ma ahaado ilaa shayga waa qurxiya, qurux iyo ziino iyo wanaag buu usoo jiidaa. shay lagama siibo ayaa rasuulku leeyahay salawaatu ullaahi wasalaamuhu calayhi ilaa waxaa waa fool xumeeyaa. rifqi la-aantu way fool xumaysaa. walaalayaal, ludfiga, naxariista, dabacsanaanta iyo dhibirsanaantu waa mid la rabo in awlaaddeena iyo caruurteena dhaqanka aynu la dhaqmayno inuu ka muuqdo la rabaa. laga bilaabo xilliga ay yar yihiin, ay soo barbaarayaan, ay soo korayaan, iyadoo naxariista iyo dabacsanaantaasi noqon doonto mid joogto noqonaysa ilaa inta ay ka weynaanayaan. ilaa marka ay weynaadaan waxay noqon doontaa mid joogto ah, oo waxa weeyaan aabbaha iyo hooyada, gaar ahaan aabbuhu uu noqonaya mid u dhibirsan ilmihiisa, mid u naxariisanaya, mid soo dhawaysanaya, mid galgacal iyo naxariis iyo jacayl u muujinaya, hadday tahay hadal, hadday tahay ficil. sidaasaa diinteenu ina bartay, rasuulkeenu calayhi الsalaatu wasalaam qowlan wa ficlan uu inagu baray. saxiixeynka waxaa ku yaal xadiidka abu hurayra radia allahu tacaala canhu inuu nebigu calayhi الsalaatu wasalaam uu dhunkaday alxasan ibnu cali oo gabadhiisii inantiisii faatima radia allahu tacaala canha, faatimatu bintu rasuul, ay dhashay
علي ابن أبي طالب أيام أودش نبي حسن ابن علي ويهي أوو أيام أودن كذا وحنا قوبت تشوغي الأقرع ابن حابس أيا قرب فليه الأقرع ابن حابس وفتشعي والله يا أبي وحولي إن لي 10 من الولد ما قبلت منهم أحدا طبعا أولادا لا يهيبوني ولي مدك مدأة ما نكن وحولي يا أبي النبي محمد صلوات الله وسلامه عليه وصور ويسرية وبقى صوق الشرية ونكنية ويلكيسي الحسن ابن علي قبليسا إننتيسا فاطمة رضي الله تعالى عنها أي نشي مركاسا وحو نبي قد جوابي عليه الصلاة والسلام من لا يرحم لا يرحم قفك أن حريصا لو من نحريسته حداد ربطه نحريست الله سبحانه وتعالى إلهي سبحانه وتعالى إنه يكون نحريسته وحال ربا نحريست عينك سيها إني أديقنا كوجرته يرحموا من في الأرض يرحمكم من في السماء قلنا حريستا عدة أرلاد جوجتها كل دقن أدومها إلهي سبحانه وتعالى الله السماء يحق سركسوغن أي نقصرية أيا إذن كان إذن حريصانية ساسا رسولك إلى تلمامي صلوات الله وسلامه عليه يضع الله ربا إنه قفكو ضدك المسلمين تأورنا ونحريسته haddana naxariista caynkaasiya waxaa aada ugu sii mudan dadka ugu dhadhow hadday tahay hooyadii hadday tahay aabihii hadday tahay xaaskiisa hadday tahay awlaadda uu dhalay waxaa laga yaabaa in dadkeenu mararka qaarkii ay naxariis u muujiyaan dadyow waxa weeyaan cid uga xaq mudan ay jirto oo cid kale oo ka fog baa laga yaabaa qofku inuu u muujiyo naxariisu u naxariisanayo dabacsanaan uu u dabacsan yahay hadal fiican oo uu kula hadlayo dhaqan fiican oo uu waxaweye u samaynayo iyadoo laga yaabo dhibirsanaantiisa iyo dabacsanaantiisu inayna gurigiisaba ka muuqan markuu gurigiisa yimaado xaaskiisa iyo owradiisa u yimaado caruurtiisa uu yimaado waa libax waa laga cararaya waa laga baqaya aabbaa soo galay baa la leeyahay oo shanqadha guriga laga ilaaliya caruurtii awlaadda midba walbuu hoosta ka galaa waa guri naxariistii la rabay in laga helaa waxa weeyaan ay ka maqan tahay taasay calaamad u tahay waxaa la rabaa aabbuhu markuu guriga yimaado hooyadu badana naxariista way leedahay ومد ديراد زائد أبو الله سبحانه وتعالى قلبي هويدا المهد أوجلي لكن موضوعا سجوا آبها هويدا لبضة بخسايا نحريست المها لون حريصنا يا هذا نسيجارة وحسي خسايا آبياشا وحنا أبوه مركو جوري وصاجرة إن لو صو حامو أو لو صو أرضه أو أولاده شعيلك يحيسها أبوه يوالد كود يوهيان وكم وقت صو جريتانك وصو جري والدك جوريا تاس هذا اللي عويضه لكلا عرره ولا كلا ديضه وحيت الماء مساميش عن حريص متال رفقي يدبع سنانا متال سيدا أوجد من لا يرحم لا يرحم من لا يرحم لا يرحم وفك أن حريصا لو من حريص تبو رسولك عليه الصلاة والسلام حديث كلا صحيحين كفية حديث عائشة أم المؤمنين رضي الله تعالى عنها وعيتري لأن عربية هي النبي قوي عليه الصلاة والسلام كذا وحكولي تقبلون الصبيان فما نقبلهم إذا كنت عرورتي نواض كتان أنا أمر كنو الله يا بيه النبي محمد يا أصحابتي سيدتك المسلمين تاهي أي أبد كوذي عرورتو ذا إلون كنيان يضعون كشذاس جعيل ينحريس رفق يدبع سنان أي كتر جويسو أنا والسلام رسمي نبولي وحو نبول عليه الصلاة والسلام أو أملك لك أن نزع الله من قلبك الرحمة حاكو قبن كراه هدي إلهي قلبي قاقا نحريستي وكسيبي yacni waalid ilmihiisa aan dhunkasho u quulaynin waxay ka turjumaysaa in qalbigiisii naxariistii laga siibay oo naxariista iyo dabacsanaanta iyo rifqiga yaa qofka qalbigiisa ku jiraa hadalkiisuu ka muuqanayaa ficilkiisana waa uu ka muuqanayaa marka dhunkashaduu dhunkanayaa waa mid tilmaamaysa naxariista iyo dabacsanaanta qofkan qalbigiisa ku jirta hadalka fiican baa ka mid ah in aynu kula hadalno aynu kula dhaqanno awlaadeena hadal fiican oo dabacsan oo wanaag iyo naxariis ay ka muuqato inaad tiraahdo aabbo waan ku jecelahay aad baan kuu jecelahay hooyo waan ku jecelahay aada soo dhawaysato u sheekayso hadallo fiican aada ku tiraahdo soo mashaakil iyo dhibaato ma aha haddii awlaadeenu gaar ahaan aabbayaasha ay ka maqli waayaan jacaylka ay jecel yihiin naxariista ay u hayaan siday ugu xiisayaan intay ka maqan yihiin warwarka ay dareemayaan intii awlaadeena inagu aynu gashanno uun baynu goor dhowna ka helaynaa sooma rabno in awlaadeenu markaynu weynaano oo dad gaboobay aynu noqonno aynu soo godanno oo itaalkeena aynu gabno awlaadda iyo caruurtu inay noo naxariistaan sooma jeclin sooma rabno tacaynkaas sidaa waa inay hadda inaga sii helaan waxaa cajiiboo la yaab leh aabbo iyo waalid aan ilmihiisa naxariis weligii aanu muujin hadal fiican aanu muujin dhaqan fiican aanu muujin dabacsanaan iyo naxariis aan u muujin aan ka warhaynin hadduu doono dayacay subaxiina ka laha habeenkii caruurtoo hurda habeenkiina soo hoyda caruurtoo hurda hadduuba ku soo gaadhana la yidhaahda ka seexiya aabbaa soo galay oo ilmihiisa intay is arkaan intay waqti wada qaataan ay aada iyo aada u yarayd yaa waxyaabaha kale adduunyada ku mashquulsanaa waxaa laga yaabaa inuu marka uu weynaado uu la yaabo uu la fajaco inuu ilmihiisii u damqanlaya u naxariisanlaya miyayna ahayn tacaynkaasi yaa waxay inaga naga soo kulmeen waxaynu ku soo beernay miyayna ahayn haddaynu rabno in awlaaddu inoo duceeyaan ay yidhaahdaan waqul rabbi irxamhumaa kamaa rabbayaani sagiira rabbigayo waalidkayga u naxariiso sida ii soo koriyeen anigoo yar oo sagiira yaa aynu hadda awlaadeena kusii beerano waxaa jira dad aada u fiican oo qiimo badan awlaad cajiiba oo maa sha allah ilaahay subxaana wa tacaala uu hadeeyey allah uu toosiyey xaqa waalidkooda uu ku leeyahay inay ka soo baxaan raba oo jecel ficlan ka soo baxay intii awoodooda ah haddana marka uu kuu sheekeynay wuxuu ku leeyahay aniga aabbahay ama aniga hooyaday naxariis qalbigayga kumay beeran waxaan maanta ku xidhiidhiyo iyo waxaan ku biiliyo iyo waxaan kaga warhayaa iyo waxaan lugahooda ugu waxa weeyaan dhaqaa waa uun waajibku ilaahay isaara inaan ka soo baxo laakiin wax qalbigayga ka soo butaacaya xaqiiqatan ma ah yani qalbigii waxba kama helaya buu leeyahay taana waxaa u sababaa dhaqankii awlaad waalidku kula soo dhaqmay waalidku dhaqanku ilmihiisa kula soo dhaqmay ilmihii xataa ilmo toosan oo fiican oo wanaagsan oo waajibkii waalidkiisa ka soo baxay hadduu yahay wuxuu dareemayaa naxariistii qalbigan ka soo bixi lahayd ee ilmuhu u hayn lahaa waalidkiisa inay ka maqan tahay wuxuu u sababaynayaana waa dhaqankii aabbuhu waalidku uu kula dhaqmi jiray ilmahan intuu yaraa iyo siduu usoo dayacay in badan baynu maqlaynaa hadduu waalidkaygu ituuray hadduu waalidkaygu waajibkayga una ka soo bixin aniga xaqu igu lahaa welimu isaaran yahay waa su-aalaha dadka qaarkood mashaayikhda iyo culimmada weydiiyaan walaalayaal awlaadda aynu u naxariisano rifqi iyo dabacsanaan aynu u muujinno hadalkeena ha ka muuqato ficilkeena ha ka muuqato buuqa iyo qaylada joogtada ah awlaadda aynu ka dayno in lagu qayliyo lagu waxa weeyaan buuqo in la caayo in laga aflagaadeeyo tacaynkaasi awlaadaynu ka dayno hadal fiican awlaaddu ha inaga maqasho aynu u naxariisanno hadday xataa qaldamaan u yeedh garabkaaga soo fadhiisii bogaaga gasho dhabta ku qabo dhunko hadal fiican aynu kula hadalno aynu u sheegno maslaxadooda iyo dantooda iyo wanaagooda waxa uu ku jiro walow kunta faddan غليظ القلب لانفضوا من حولك haddaad tahay mid qalqallafsan adag oo waxa weeyaan qalbigiisu adag yahay oo kagan dadku way ka ordi lahaayeen buu nebi maxamed waxa weeye allah subxaana wa tacaala uu ku yidhi allah wuxuu nebi maxamed ku yidhi dadku way ka ordi lahaayeen fabimaa raxmatin min allahi linta lahum naxariis ilaahay subxaana wa tacaala xaggiisa ka ahaatay ayaabaad ugu dabacsanaatay mid adag haddaad noqon lahaydna waa lagaa ordi lahaa waa lagaa carari lahaa awlaadeena waqti aynu la qaadano maalmaha fasax marka shaqada laga yimaado aynu la ciyaarno aynu la sheekaysano aynu jacayl qalbigooda ku beerno wallaahi baan ku dhaartay arrinka caynkaasiya waxyaabaha ka qayb qaata in ilmuhu wanaagsanaado oo ilmuhu uu fiicnaado ayaabay ka mid tahay ilmo fara badan iyo awlaad badan baa waxay ka cabanayaan in waalidkoodu ku qaylinayo inuu ku buuqayo inuu caayayo inuu liidayo inuu hoos u dhigayo inuu xaqirayo tacaynkaasiga damage iyo dhibaato waxay gaadhsiinaysaa ilmahan qalbigiisa wuxuu dareemayaa inaan la jeclayn imisaanu maqalnaa aniga waalidkaygu ima jecla aabbahay ima jecla jacayl kumaan soo korin gaar ahaan waqtiyadan dambe ubadka iyo daayartu waxyaabaha ay ku sheekaystaan ma qaarkood miidhiyaha ay la soo fadhiistaan bay ka mid tahayba inay yidhahdaan guri naxariis iyo jacayl u yaalo aabbiyo hooyo iyaguna isjecel awlaaddoodana jecel kumamaan soo korin inay yidhaahdaan ay banaanka la soo fadhiistaan ama iyagu ay ku sheekaystaan war caruurteena aynu u naxariisanno hadal fiican aynu kula hadalno hadal dabacsan aynu kula hadalno aynu ku qayb waxa weeyaan ku cibro qaadano aynu ku waana qaadano qisaska qur-aanka laynooga waramayo luqmaan alxakiim inankiisa iyo waxa weeyaan markuu u dardaarmayay muxuu ku lahaa yaa bunaya yaa bunaya yaa bunaya wiilkaygii yaraayo wiilkaygii yaraayo aabbo aabbo ilaa saa tiraada loo baahanya sidaas si leeg bay ahaayeen waxa weeyaan dadkii hore qiimaha badnaa hadday yihiin alambiyaa warusul wasaalixiin iyo dadka fiicanee ilaa hadda jooga sida awgeed arrinka caynkaasiya wuxuu aad iyo aada uga qayb qaataa awlaadeenu inay wanaagsanaato biidni illaahi tacaala guryaheena naxariis aynu dhigno dabacsanaan aynu dhigno hadal fiican aynu dhigno intana caruurta ku buuqi lahayn ku qaylin lahayn hadal dabacsan ku dheh alkalima ayiba sadaqa buu rasuulku yihi calayhi salaatu wasalaam kelmadda fiican waa sadaqo kii cadowga ku ahaa ayaa haddii hadal fiican oo dabacsan lagu idhaahdo wuxuu allah inoo sheegay faida aladii baynaka wa baynahu cadaawatun kaanahu waliyun xamiim xataa qofka cadowgaaga ah eeba kaa fog ayaa haddii hadal fiican lagu idhaahdo kuu soo dhowaanaya bal maxaad umana ilmo yar oo beerkaagiiya oo qayb adiga kaa mid ah ilmahaagu markuu ku jeclaado waa markaad jacaylkaad u qabto adigu aad u muujiseen isna uu ku jeclaado waxaad ogaataa inaad ku weynaanayso inaad qalbigiisana boos weyn aad ku yeelanayso dadka cajiibka ee sirta nolosha fahmay waa dadka cidda ay rabaan inay maamul iyo baawar ay ku yeeshaan isjeclaysiiya ilmahaagan yar ee adigu aad dhashay guriga kuu jooga isku shub qalbigiisa isku shub dhexdeg wallaahi baan ku dhaartay waxaad tiraahdo iyo waxaad u sheegto iyo waxaad u diido dhaqsaad u arkaysaan amarkaaga soo celin maayo waxaad u diidana marnaba waxa weeyaan kuu gacan dhaafi maayo qof wuxuu noqonaya adiga ku daba jooga ku jecel kaa amar qaata bidix iyo midigtoonna aan kaaga tallaabayn awlaadda aynu u dhibirsanaano aynu jeclaano aynu naxariis u muujinno hadal fiican dhaqan fiican la sheekaysi dalxiis loola baxo waqti lala qaato jacayl loo muujiyo tacaynkaasi awlaaddu way ku fiicnaanayaan way ku wanaagsanaanayaan tarbiyad fiicanna way ku helayaan intaasay ku daynanaa maanta biidn illahi tacaala والله سبحانه وتعالى أعلم وأحكم وبالله التوفيق.
Somali American Chamber of Commerce proudly partners with community chambers for Republican Candidates Night.
President of the Philippine American Society of Central Ohio. I was president in 97, 98, and actually the president right now, he's competing as one of the, it's the world's competition for chef, and he's in Nashville right now, so that's the reason why he's not with us. But anyway, we have about 600 families of Filipinos here. Of course, most of them are nurses and doctors and educators. So they're around, and they offer free membership. And by the way, I was going to say, of course, all of those who spoke this evening, you know, they're open for membership. I know I asked Paul, it's free, just sign up. And for same with PASCO, Philippine American Society of Central Ohio. Now I'd like to ask a member of the Somali American Chamber of Commerce.
Last night, October 10th, 2024, the Somali American Chamber of Commerce, along with the Asian American Commerce Group and other key community organizations, hosted the Republican Candidates Night at the Dublin Recreation Center in Dublin, Ohio.
Thank you, Jeff Hawkins. I'm so glad you're here.
Today, it was a great day. My name is Shafi Shafal. I'm the president of the Somali American Chamber of Commerce. And it was a great initiative that the minority communities have now come together. And this will be the voice of the minority communities. I'm not going to be talking on behalf of the Somali Chamber of Commerce. I'll be talking on behalf of the minority communities in Central Ohio. The leaders of the minority communities, as you can see there, have joined hands. Not only on political matters. Today we have the Republican night, we will have again on the 22nd the Democratic night. And we are bipartisan on this. We were very clear on this. The minority communities have been sidelined in Central Ohio for a long time. We need to be recognized. We are one team. We are sending our message both to the local and the national leadership. If you want to campaign in Ohio, if you want to reach out to the minority communities, this is the team to reach out. We are more than happy to elect candidates, not on party's position. We are going to elect candidates on the background position. We are tired of candidates who go there and pursue their own interest. Not anymore. We want candidates who will care for the communities of Central Ohio, regardless of color, and candidates who also will care for the minority communities and build a greater Ohio together. Tonight was a beautiful night, and we'll continue with these sessions, and I'm sure in upcoming elections there will be a difference. Please join us in getting hands together with all these minority communities here, Asian American Chamber of Commerce, Asian American Chamber of Commerce, Somali American Chamber of Commerce, the Liberal Initiative that did, initiated for us and help us, the Asian American Commerce Group. It's an honor. It's something that had never happened here. This is a big number. Candidates, be aware. We are so united this time, and we decided to join hands. So please respect the minority communities in Ohio and make sure the minority communities are given their rightful policies. Whenever you are building anything, we are the backbone of the economy of this great nation. So we need to be recognized. And we are so united. So this was a grateful night again, and we are willing to see you guys again in the Democratic night to see more candidates, and we will engage with the national level also, and we will make sure the minority community votes goes for the right candidate. Thank you so much.
I represent Liberal Initiative. Liberal Initiative is a non-profit organization. We are focused on empowering and educate the Latino community in order to live the dream, the American dream, fully. So we have four.
The event brought together political candidates from the U.S. Senate, U.S. House, and Ohio House, providing an invaluable opportunity for the community to engage directly with them. Notable attendees include Mike Carey and Troy Balderson, candidates for the U.S. House of Representatives, Bernie Moreno for the U.S. Senate, and Bessa Sheriff for Ohio State.
You know, my story is not that much different than many of yours. I'm a first-generation American. My father came here to the United States to provide me and my brother and sister the American dream. I'm a small business owner as well, and I really believe in commerce, moving our economy forward, and equal participation in our government process. Omar's a great friend of mine, so whatever he says behind my back, you know, just take it with a grain of salt. But in all sincerity, the other young ladies that I work with up here on the stage share our commitment to moving our economy forward, to making a difference, and to providing all cultures access to all facets of our government. And so by you guys being here, I'm very proud and excited because this is your country as much as it is mine, as much as it is Omar's, as much as it is of theirs. We all share in the responsibility for moving our country forward. And this is what makes America great, right? I mean, look at all of us, right? We're all from different walks of lives, different stories. We've come here from oppression. We've come here for a better opportunity. We've come here to realize the American dream. And in the State House, as a small business owner, as a free market capitalist, as someone that wants to move our country, our state, our local economy forward, I am here to work with you. And so I'm just really grateful to be here, happy to answer any questions, and it's good to see so many smiling faces. Thank you.
We'll have you guys let me see if this works. It's working? There we go. So, when we say that it's going to start at 5:30, and Pakistani Standard Time is 6:30, right? But I thought it was only limited to the Pakistani community. So I guess I was kind of wrong. You know, I'm going to take it back.
Germans are late too. It's okay.
All right, so nobody really turned in any questions? Does anybody have any questions that they would like to ask? It's supposed to be written on a card. If not, I have a bank. Question back? Okay. So it's going to be on economy and fiscal policy. So recently, families in our communities have been struggling with the rising costs of groceries and everyday necessities. Many small businesses have to make tough decisions to just keep their doors open. How do you plan to address the inflation and promise economic growth to support both families and small businesses in our district?
So it's a great question, and I'm glad you brought it up. As the former vice chair of Ways and Means, which handles the majority of the tax, property tax, income tax, taxing, issues that we face here, I've been able to work on a lot of legislation and have some things passed to help mitigate those costs for homeowners and businesses as well. Along with Representative Lear, we have served together where we were able to remove, 5 tax brackets from our economy. We've removed the CAT tax and raised the threshold for what a small.
During the event, President Shafi Ahmed emphasized the need for recognition of minority communities. He stated, minority communities have been sidelined for quite a long time, and it's time for them to be fully recognized and included in the political process. His message resonated with attendees, highlighting the importance of inclusion in shaping the future of our society.
Hi everyone, how are you doing tonight? This is an incredible evening. It's so nice to see everyone here. My name is Bessa Shear. I'm running for the Ohio Senate, District 16. So Brian said he's the first generation American, so I guess I'm 0 generation. I came here when I was 17 years old, about 20 years ago, 21 now. And I went to engineering school. I came here 10 days before I started school. I graduated mechanical engineering and met met my husband at the library of our school at Wright State University. I immigrated from Albania. For those of you that are not familiar, Albania was communism for 50 years. My family was incredibly persecuted. 7 people of my family were executed for thinking and looking to the West, for believing in God, for believing in our inalienable rights. And so from a young age, I understood the importance of a republic. I understood the importance of a democracy, one that functions well. Fast forward, I came to the United States. I got my mechanical engineering degree. I decided I was going to be an engineer forever, be a good wife, a good mother. And then 15 years into that career, something wasn't working. So I decided to I founded my own business, a small financial consulting firm that I operate still. So I'm a small business owner, and most of my career has been in the private sector. I'm running because there's a couple of reasons, but the first and the biggest one is I want to do something good for the country that's done everything for me. And so if there is someone that can relate to you all coming to this country with barely anything, I spoke English, so that I had that, but I came from a third world country. I had very little in means. I was raised with a big dream and with a lot of love for the United States. So I am in pursuit of the American dream the same way you guys are. I have 2 young daughters, a 9 and a 3-year-old, for whom I go to work every day, I fight every day. And so a lot of things that are near and dear to my heart that are happening in this district right now are part of the reason why I'm running. Just real quick, how much time do I have? Oh, she forgot.
Your speech was so good.
So just real quick, District 16, you're standing in it, right? Dublin, Hillary, New Albany, Gahanna, Westerville, Blackhawk, a little bit of Worthington, and a little bit of Columbus. It is where most of the economic development will come here in Ohio. I live about, basically not even a mile away from the Intel plant. I was honored to be the only candidate that was allowed to tour it last week. And it is just incredible, the level of progress that has happened within the last year is out of this world. And so I'm very, very excited. Most of my career has actually been, I mentioned I was an engineer, but in data center technology, automation, artificial intelligence. And guess what? Within this district, we have 4 of the largest data centers in the nation. So Google, Amazon rely on the workforce of Ohio to get their talent. So just think of that for a minute. As people and opportunities come to Ohio, we're going to have to work on housing. We're going to have to upskill the people that we have today, right? And accommodate new workforce that will come here from other states, which is very important. Which means when we're asking executives to move here to Ohio, the first question they ask is, what's your education like? What's your childcare like? What's your housing like? So we need someone that is effective in the Ohio Senate that can get things done. And guess what? I can be bipartisan. I have a master's in international negotiation and policy making. Literally, I can negotiate anything, just ask my husband.
The Somali American Chamber was proud to collaborate with organizations such as the Asian American Coalition of Ohio, the Philippine American Society of Central Ohio, the Ohio Chinese American Association, and the West and East Africa community. This was a night of meaningful conversations, connecting the community to the leaders who shape our future.
Who lives there? I'm running to represent that space. I can't tell you what generation American I am because I'm adopted. So I do know that my parents were here in Columbus and I was raised in Delaware County. So I'm sort of a lifelong Delaware County person. I've grown up with this area as it's grown up, and many of you have done the same, come here and experienced how much Central Ohio is growing. And it's wonderful that you're able to take advantage of all of the things that Columbus, Ohio, and its suburbs have to offer. I do want to make an aside note, if that's okay. I love your shoes, Joy. The issues that are nearest and dearest to my heart are education. That's the area that I worked in prior to being elected. I've been an education policy analyst for a very long time. I do research on education issues, including school choice. I'm very supportive of that, but also supportive of the idea of public district schools, because I know that we will never have enough private schools or charter schools, which are public schools for everyone. So we have to make sure that our public district schools are also excellent. And the biggest concern to me is that we focus on academics and we take as many dollars as possible and put them in the classroom. That is one of my goals for next session. If God willing, I get to go back. And I'm excited to work on that. I've also been working on the problem of property tax. Those of you who own your home, you understand how much those are raising constantly. We have entirely too many taxing jurisdictions in Ohio. Over 6,000 different entities have the ability to raise our taxes. We need to slice that number, but we also need to do something like House Joint Resolution 6. Which is a plan that Representative Scott Wiggum and I have for the ballot that will let you vote on it to say, we don't want our property taxes to rise more than 4% or the rate of inflation, whichever is lower in any given year. That would be a good start. It's not a solution, but it's a good start, and it gives you the chance to have a say in whether you want to cap your property tax growth or not. Also, the safety and rights for women and girls is a huge issue for me. It's the reason I introduced House Bill 183, which says that boys and girls may not share bathrooms, locker rooms, or overnight accommodations, kindergarten through college. And that bill has passed out of the House. It is sitting in the Senate, and I am told on November 13th, the Senate will pass that bill and send it to the governor for signature to protect our kids. And lastly, I think it's very important that Ohio help with the immigration issues that we have. We have so many wonderful legal immigrants who need to weigh in and help us figure out the best way that we can handle what's happening in our state, because our tax dollars should be used on legal citizens and on people who have gone through the process. So I'm asking all of you if you would consider reaching out to my office and sharing your ideas of the best ways that we can make sure that we're having a wonderful immigration system in Ohio so that all legal immigrants are able to enjoy the freedoms and the liberties that we have here in this state.
Thank you. That was wonderful. I appreciate it. I got 2 questions for you. So, yeah, come on.
Thank you, Representative Lair. Thank you for your introduction. I want to ask a question relating to point number 1 that you talked about on education. So you did mention that we don't want to see our tax going up for the property tax because that's the main source to support public education. But then you also support the education choice, which means that the public tax dollar is being used to fund private education. So I want to hear from you, what is the solution? How do we keep the tax down, yet we are diverting money from public education?
Thank you for asking that. So when I worked at the Buckeye Institute as their education policy analyst, I actually did research on this issue similar to what you're asking. It was specifically about charter schools, we call them community schools in Ohio, and whether or not they were taking money from the district schools. What I discovered when I did the research, because they were not allowed to access any of the local tax dollars that come from levies, is that what was happening with each child that left a public district school to go to a charter school, all of the local money that would come through that child stayed. So only a portion of that money went with them to the new school. As a result, there was actually more money to spread around to the other students who remained. So say you had $20,000 coming into a Columbus school for a student, and let's just say 5,000 of that was local. So if the child left, that $5,000 would be spread around to all of the other children. Now, the question is, how can we continue to provide for the district schools if kids leave with Ed Choice? Ed Choice money is a separate pot. So the local money that comes in from levies does not go with Ed Choice students. It's the general fund of the state of Ohio that has to pay for that. And my plan to make sure we focus on academics is actually going to lower the cost of education, because right now many of the things that we do in our schools are not academic in nature. If we focus on English and math and writing and science and history, those extra dollars that go into other issues that are mostly social are not going to need to be used. We will be able to save money in the schools by focusing on academics and helping kids do better. So I think we can do all of it. I think we can do school choice, and I think we can also improve our public schools at the same time.
As you know, Washington is broken. It is very polarizing. We don't get a lot of things done in Washington, D.C. because we have a lot of partisanship, and so people are just not working together. I'm not saying that he hasn't done some things for us as, Ohio constituents. I'm not saying that he's even done a horrible job, but what I'm saying is that we now need to pass the baton because we have bigger problems to solve, and they're just not getting done for Ohio. We need somebody like Bernie Moreno. And what I like about Bernie Moreno is he brings that outside perspective to Washington, D.C. And Washington, D.C., as you know, it's a huge bureaucracy. Things are just slow. It doesn't move at the speed of business. But when you're a business person, you have to make decisions. You have to eat what you kill. And I'm just saying that because what you do every day depends on if you're going to eat and be able to feed your family. Bernie knows, as a business person, how to make sure that he is making good decisions that takes care of not just his family, but other people's family. They rely on him making those smart decisions. And as a business owner, he's bringing that perspective to Washington. He's bringing that passion and that resolve to Washington, D.C. Like myself, who came to the public sector after 25 years working in the private business, nonprofit sector, we know how to solve problems. So I like that about Bernie. The other thing that you get with Bernie is you get somebody who's a top producer. You're not going to get somebody who just goes in there and, there's two types of horses that they say that the politicians are. You get your show horses, those that just kind of go in there, want to be seen, think it's all about them, and you get your work horses. People who actually go in there and get the job done, roll up their sleeves. And so he's running for the right reasons. This is not something that he needs. He feels a compulsion to come and help straighten things out. And the stakes are just very, very high in this election. As you know, we have an illegal immigration problem where people are pouring into the country that are illegal, and it is definitely hurting us as not just our economy, but it's hurting us, our community, our values. Everything is being destroyed, and we need to make sure that we take care of that problem. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden had 4 years to take care of this problem, and they're not getting it done. So we need to get it done. Also, as you know, if you've checked your electric bill lately or the gas prices at the pump, inflation is just so high. And we need smart people in there that realize that you just don't throw money at problems, but you have to be transformative and not transactional. And all the Democrats do is throw money at problems. Every time there's a problem or a social issue, they're just like, oh, let's just throw money at it. And now we have a workforce of people that just don't want to work. You have to pay top dollar just to get people to focus on the job and not be on their cell phone and on social media. And a lot of you know that that is true. And so we just have all of these growing issues, and we definitely have to have somebody who is not going to be the status quo, and Bernie is not the status quo. I am an early adopter of Bernie Moreno's campaign. As you know, like I said, I'm a state senator, but when Bernie told me that he was throwing his name into the hat, I actually endorsed him even before our local county party endorsed him. I was an early adopter of him. Not that we didn't have good candidates running, because we have really good candidates running for the primary, but I knew that Bernie added something to the table that the others didn't. And that is that outside perspective of knowing how to solve problems and having the grit and the resolve to get things done for the American people, because he's lived the American dream. So I'm asking you to join me in supporting Bernie Moreno for U.S. Senate. It's very important that we control, this seat is really about who has control of the Senate, and we have to make sure that we have President Trump in office, we have to make sure that we control the Senate, and we have to make sure that we have good representation of our value system, because this is about the soul of America. This is a battle between good and evil, and it is about the soul of America, and that's really what's at stake. Another thing that we need to make sure that we do is that we vote no on issue 1. Now, I know that you've heard many people talk about it, but it is very, very true that if you think gerrymandering is bad, all it's going to do is gerrymander and make it permanent in our Constitution. I'm not saying that we have the perfect system right now. Obviously, there's things that we can do, but you elect your legislators and you hold them accountable so that we can go to the redistricting commission and we can do what you want. And guess what? We did that back in 2015. We heard from the people. Over 70% of the state of Ohio agreed that they wanted this system. And we went to the table, and for the first time in a long time, we actually agreed, the Democrats and the Republicans agreed to a set of maps until the next census. But that was not good enough for the Democrats. So really what issue 1 is about is a Democratic power grab. So it's very, very simple. If you really want to know what this is about, if you are for a Democratic power grab, then you vote yes on issue 1. If you are against a Democratic power grab, you vote no on issue 1. It's just that simple. I know there's 4 pages for you to read through, and a lot of people are confused, but at the end of the day, it's just a way for them to change the rules so that they can actually have more power in the State House. And with their more power in the State House, that means more decline of our values, of our school system, of all of the things that we hold dear in the state of Ohio. There it goes because of issue 1. So thank you so much for just having me today. I only came to stop by and support my good friends that are on the ballot.
Question for me. My name is Dan Hawkins. I'm a judge here in Franklin County, a former prosecutor, lifelong Ohio resident, and I'm hoping to be one of your next Office Supreme Court justices. I'm one of the 3 endorsed Republican candidates. I'm one of the 3 endorsed Republican Supreme Court candidates. We have a very important election this year with regards to our Ohio Supreme Court. Right after you vote for president, the Supreme Court races are right after that. And you'll see I'm an endorsed Republican. I'll have a Republican next to my name. It's a very important race this year because the Ohio Supreme Court is going to deal with some very important issues that face the state of Ohio. Everything from taxes to small business issues, all the way up to a bunch of different issues involving our schools and taxes. So we will deal with all those issues that come before the state of Ohio, very important issues. I'm committed to being a judge who's fair. I've been a judge for 11 years now, got a good reputation of being fair and impartial, and also understanding how important it is that we make.
We encourage everyone to also attend the Democratic Candidates Night on October 22nd, 2024 to engage with all candidates before making your vote count. Stay tuned to Dalmar TV for more updates. This is a news coverage brought to you by Sean Howard of Dalmar TV.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شو ونكسن؟
ورشتها
عبد النور بيها.
ورواسقي.
وما شاء الله كسر جريد لك هوندي اوف كولومبوس.
واو.
ها. حدوني سمعت. قارية ما دوني
بابور قروح بدنا ماشي ku arkaya والحسن oo baaburtan qurux badan waliba jilka cusub iyo waxa naga sii dhalay iyo wixii xagga ka sixiga aad u isticmaal tasawir qurux badan ka bixay Hyundai maadaama aan joogno xarunteeda
Hyundai waxay bixiyaan warranty 100 mile 100 kun oo mile ama 10 sano kii hor imaada ayay bixiyaan
haye
marka motorku lagama walwalaay
waa garta
gaariga sixirkiisuna waa jaban yahay
waaw
waa 20 iyo wax yar oo la jiro
waa iska qaadeen markaas
iska qaado oo warranty baa leedahay 3 sano oil change baa leedahay tire rotation baa leedahay marka ku soo dhawo
waaw haddaba dadweynaha si qurux badan waad arkaysaa sida xasan inoo sheegay baabuurtan warrantigooda iyo lugtooda oil change iyo lugtooda isku soo wada duubo dhammaantoodba si qurux badan baa lagu weli maanu maqal maanu arag haddaba yaa la moogaano yaa laga maqnaan Hyundai waxayna ku taalaa wadada Morris Road baabuurtan dhalinta marka xasan baabuurta kale ayaguna bal ka waran noocan kale markaad eegto أهلا وسهلا بابك.
عبد النور
بابك أبوك السلامة.
أنت واحد جوجنا ديمارك جرين ليكس أوكيا لكولومبوس هايو.
واقرت.
9200 مورس رود.
هاي.
أو كان تحت فيها.
هاي.
بلس ديل بلدها.
واقرت.
دريم كيك وأنا جاري وخلقت.
واو واو واو. ودتك نصيبك هنا ما بكمل تايم.
كم ده هاي وشوي هاي SUV ده مارس شبانك وكده ريا قلق السعر تكنولوجيا اللي وركبه.
عادي.
أو موجانين دايرة مارس يقبلها صومالي يكواش تويوتا. أنا تهاركان.
وقروح ديسي بلعديسي أنت بوحلي هلي كرمان.
سكرين كولي هاي واحد مارس التجاري وحلا يا بحواي. رموت كل قاعدين سا. كوجو جينيسا
بعدين كوتشرين بعدين كل
قاعدينسا ودي بدو سو حيث هرودسا
ودو اسكت تجنا
ما واخرنا يا
وسا اخرنا استاجنا وعجيب فرصه عجيب ماشي تعالوا هذيك مقنيه فرصه اللي هلي كلام
انا كتاغ قاعدينسا وجوجينسا
واو
توصل وورنتي وليهي أديك له 100 كون وما لم كوردو
100 كون ما لم كوردو
اويل تشنجيسا
وحيسو دم
تاير هذا الروتيشن
وحبيان هذا اللي ku daalin وإذا أركيد كابن وحنوش يا ماشى وحلا مخل ولا أرك سيد كم مخلصين ورد اللي أنت يهبله جينا الصومالي ذلك الدجنا ودن ور ألعاب حوار شباب بهالكتالة وريال موجان ورفرسمو يقول شيء جوعنا سكوسة وضد إنتو دبوا عاد يدبوا لي يابس وحيابات كل دودان هايون دويتك تعاد سيمرسا عاد بعد ما صدق عاد بنكون أمانة
عاد بنكون سلام
حسن ها تيرادرو gawaarida quruxda badan ee mashaakilka Hyundai ay soo bandhigto waxaan dunida lagu maqal aad arkayso oo dadkii oo dhan waxaan u maleynaa halka lagu soo wada yaac doonay bal farsamadooda iyo lagtooda bal sawir yaro gaaban ka bixi bal
baabuurtan waxay leeyihiin 100 kun oo mile ama 10 sano warranty bay leeyihiin motorka iyo transmissionkaba gawaari bixiyaa ma jirto
weli lama
maqlin lama arkin
si wanaagsan
marka ay technology-ga leeyihiin oo technology casri ah oo baabuurta dhanka casriyaysan marka technology leeyihiin ay oil change waa free 3 sano tire rotation waa free waxa kale oo ku dheer extended warranty oo kale lagu darayo brake-yada iyo ii sheegay tire-ka hadduu ka boqo musbaar ka duro ayaa lagu daraya
oo lacag dibad bardaba dibad iga baxay
ma jirto marka tan kale waxa ku dheer tire-ka hadduu musbaar ka duro halkun baad imaanay waa lagaaga saaraya hadduu tire-ka ka boqo waa lagu bedelaya tire cusban baa lagu gelinaya haddii brake-yada ka dhamaadaan brake cusban baa lagu gelinaya
waradaba maskaxda ay caqliga laakiin waxaan doonayaa baabuurkan inaan dadka tusno ina kaligiisa isaga hadda meeshan wadada xagga istaagi karo adoon ku jirin bal amuurta dadka sawirkan ku dhigina hal mar inoo
dhaqaajiyo waa tusinaya
وعجيب
horta farsamada waa shidaysaa gaariga markuu horeyso waa shidaysaa markuu kaco waxaa taabanaysaa hore gadaal motorka ii sheegay gaariga
hadda horaanu doonayn baaburnu kugu lamaansan yahay cidnana kuma jirto hasan hawshan nadaaf karan
u jeedaa steering
oo wis rogay wis
wax baan ku tusinayaa wax baan tusinayaa gaarigaas ma aadayo fiiriya toos buu soconayaa فيريا ستيرنج فيريا
oo halka laga aga Mr. Samsgay
Samsgay
wow
gaarigaasna ma taabanay
teknoolojiyada oo idinka arkayda waxba yaal hadal idinku daalan asay kaligiisa ay wada asay kaligiisa bal waan hor asay kaligiisa bahan
ma waa kala xaraya kala xaraya
action kaasna u baahneen waxa haddana waxaan sameeynaa ma wax yar banaanka inuu baxaro miyuu gaaraya kan baabka waata xasan xogeer hore wata dan gadaal inaan u soo celinaan doonaya marmarna in adigu hor istaagtay inuu baalki istaagaan doonaya gaariga lan waxaa jira asay kaligiisa is wada mogta waa idinka arkay gaariga kaligiisu ayaa iska socda bal waan hor tegi doonaa inuu istaagi doono in kale waan is hor dhigi doonaa anaa tegi bal hadduu istaaga haddii kale markaasaan ogaanaya waa idinka arkay farsamada waa wax kale de marka waa duni kale aanu maraynaa waa baabuurkii baanu breeganoo qabriskiisu istaagay cidna aanan ku jirin waryaalla ma ogaanin de hayundaydaa ma ogaanina kaalaya kaligiisa is wado gadaal u noqonaya haddana waa kaa idinka arkaya lacag fara badanna lagaa qaadi maayo wow very beautiful Somali hadday ku soo yaacayaan wallahi
waa technology casri ah oo baabuurta kale lahayn oo Hyundai kali leh wala kuma arkaysid wala Toyota Honda Nissan kuma arkaysid waa Hyundai kali leh marka technology casri bay la socod technology waa technology casri ah marka soo dhawaada bulshada Soomaaliyeed ku soo dhawaada waxaan gabdhaheena Soomaalida ku soo dhawaada
waxaan isla hablaha Soomaaliyeed baabuurta aad u jeclaa xagga waxyaabaha cusub ayaga aad u jeclaan jireen namada yararka dhalinyarada ah farsamadan maanta dhan oo aqrina idinka arkaya la moogaanin oo Hyundai waxay ku taala wadada Morris Road wuxuuna ka soo horjeedaa halka ay ku taalo dugsiga Harrison Academy ayaa ku magacaaban Harrison ayuu ka soo horjeedaa ama Goodwill-ka wadada Morris Road ku ka soo horjeedkeeda yaa la moogaanin Hyundai ayaa halkan diyaar idinku ah farsamada maanta dhan ka sheekeen waa idinka arkay meel kale aanu maraynaa caadaas la marayaa cirkaas la marayaa yaa la moogan Hyundai
hayay waa Hyundai haddii hamigaagii uu ahaa gaari casri aad ku xaragooto Hyundai ayaa kuula diyaar ah oo hamigaagii rumaysay hoyga baabuurta casriga ah waa Hyundai oo hore u soo gaar xarunta Hyundai oo aad ka heli karto baabuurtii u dambeysay oo casri ah oo 2025 ah waa Hyundai qiimo ku raaligeliya oo bilaa ribo ah ayaad ka heli kartaa Hyundai oo ku taala wadada Morris Road gaar ahaan ka soo horjeedka dukaanka Goodwill waxaana kuugu diyaar ah shaqaalo Soomaali ah oo afkaagii hooyo kuugu adeega bal saciido horay u wad gaariga Hyundai oo hadalka inoo hagaajiyay
Assalaamu calaykum waraxmatullaahi wabarakaatu maanta waxaan joogaa kambaniga Hyundai waxaa Soomaalida ugu bishaareynaya kambaniga Hyundai Morris Road uu ku yaalaa gaarigan quruxda badan waa 7 seat haddana waxaa u maleysaa 4 seat inuu yahay cylinder gaas badan ma cunaayo asoo 7 seat waxa waaye 4 cylinder wax gaas uu cunaayo male waa u jeediin waa meesha gaaska ya waa wareey maasha Allah tabaarakallah inaba caadi ma aha gaarigan waa Hyundai waa 7 seat waxaa la dhaasan tarfa waa u jeediin maasha Allah tabaarakallah aniga kanaan qaatay oo ku yaacay maasha Allah Allah ku barakeeyo dhaa waa 2025 waa 10 years ama 100,000 mile is the warranty 3 years of free oil and wash and wax kasta dhaqistii oilkii kulli kana waa Elantra arkaysiin waa battery iyo gas isku jiro marka batteryga markoo baraf da'ayo ama aad qof sugaysid ama aad degdegsantaad shidatid gaaskaada uu ku safe garooba waxa kaliya oo ku shaqeynaya batteryga gaaska marka dhaqaaqdo wax yar uu soconaya laakiin waa isku dheelitiraysaa meesha adiga gaariyada kale aad ka isticmaashid 2 days ama 2 days and a half ama 1 day gaaska kan mar walba wuxuu dheeryahay 1 day 2 days marka isticmaalaysid kan wuxuu dheeryahay 3 days 3 days marka isticmaalaysid wuxuu dheeryahay 4 days waana Hyundai waa u jeediin waana black waa 4 cylinder ilmahaaga u qaadi kartaa teenagerka adaa qaadan karo aabaha kaligiis uu qaadan karaa marka ilmaha koraan oo kale hooyadii aabaha way qaadan karaan me and you amal waa u isticmaali kartaa ma fahanta maasha allah Hyundai saa idinkugu sheegay gaarigan idinkugu soo sharaxay horay waa u jeedin 2025 waaye waxaan sugaynaa oo kaliya 2026 maasha allah tabaaraka allah dhexdiisaan fiirineena quruxdiisa iyo completekiisa iyo siduu yahay inaad macnaha qiimeynta Hyundai ee leedahay waxa waaye maasha allah waa gaari aad u qiimo badan والله بلا dadka gaagaaban xataa saanay dhahaan waa jiida hore geesanayaan waa u jeedin idin kale waaye meesha gaaska marshadiisi gaari hore iyo gadaal u soconay xataa waa la sheegay kaas le ama qataaba ani oo kan iska dhaafaa
gaari aad adigu barkin garay jirtay ama adigu aad wadi jirtay hadii aad ku daashay mid isagu iswadaan ku haye soco waa u jeeda ana wada stop haye dib u celinaya gaarigan waa u jeedaan beela tahay isagaas parking gareena you don't need ina adigu parking gareysid stop mustaagaya hadana again hore u soco isagaas parking gareena isagaas wada gaarigan Hyundai waaye Toyota hanaad ku ordaysin waa laga ilbaxay ani hada Afrika joogi lahaa xitaa Toyota ma wateen soo Hyundai gaarigan indaba caadi ahayn waaye hadii aad u baahan tihiin soo dhawaadan idin leeyahay gaariga isagaas parking gareena isagaas wadaaya lagama sheekeen karo automatic waaye waa gaari 7 seat na leh te lagama sheekeen karo
Hyundai waxay ku taalaa Columbus Ohio North Side Morris Road kasoo horjeedka Horizon Goodwill Nawakas Goodwill isla ka seenaa Soomaaliyeey iyo Horizon School kasoo horjeedkiisa waa Morris Road wadada dheer oo caanka ah waliba waxay ku magac dheertahay Soomaalidu iyo yaqaan Morris iyo Cleveland laakiin Cleveland wax yar soo dhaafaysa waa Horizon School ما شاء الله تبارك الله كسو هرجتكيسا وحانا لدها هايونداي كمباني وبيك كمباني ما شاء الله وكمباني وين قاري نوع بنوع عكو هايا 2025 2026 كسو صعود حتى واهلي سين قاريو
داوديال وحان جوغنا سنة قورودي سقالي تبناد كلوبس soccer indoor oo lagu qabanaya sanadkan meesha lagu qaban jiray Columbus waxa isku yimid qiyaastii 20 team oo ka kala timid Minneapolis, Nashville, Seattle, Maine magaalooyin kala bedelan marka daawasho waa
Assalamu alaykum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to the 2019 Columbus Soccer Indoor Cup. We are starting today. We are at the ceremony for the 2019 Columbus Indoor Soccer Cup. We would like to welcome all the teams, all the players, and all the coaches from everywhere, and all the people that came to watch this tournament. I would like to turn it over now to my co-host, Abdulhamid. Take it away.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. ciyaartooyda meesha joogto iyo macallimiinta iyo bahda sport dhan waxaan idinku soo dhaweynaynaa magaalada Columbus Ohio koobkan 19aad Columbus Indoor Soccer Cup aad ayaan idinku soo dhaweynaynaa waan ku faraxsanahay inaan sanad kale isku nimaano oo ka qayb qaadano farxadan marka waxaan idin leeyahay ku soo dhawaada magaalada waxaan maanta furi doonaa oo bilaaban doona ciyaaraha waxaan meeshan ka wada hadli doono oo ku soo dhaweynaynaa qaybta dadka sponsorada koobka ka mid ah oo suurtageliyay in ciyaarahan sanad walba la qabto magaalada dadka ku soo dhaweyn doono marka aad iyo aad ayaan idin soo dhaweynaynaa aanan ku sii dheeraanaynin waa noo bilaabanaysaa xafladan oo furinta.
And the first speaker we would like to call onto the stage will be Mr. Abdullahi Amigo with the opening remarks. If you could come on up.
السلام عليكم. السلام. magacay waxaan la Abdullahi Amigo ku magac dheer adalada ugu taqaaniin waxaan leeyahay kusoo dhawaada Columbus Ohio all the guests waxaan thank you u mahadcelinayaa nimanka dhalinyarada oo frontier gaar oo ku shaqeynaya ma walbana diyaar u ah in maaragtay sportka ay dhacdo welcome to the city, everybody, and thanks for all the sponsors. Kusoo dhawaada magaalada.
All right, and our second speaker of the night is going to be Mr. Abdurrahman Duale, or Kumagader Abdurrahman Gele. Abdurrahman is the community outreach for the community outreach coordinator of the Franklin County Auditor. Abdurrahman, welcome.
Assalamu alaikum dhammaantiin. Columbus! waxaan idin rajaynayaa guul iyo caafimaad. midda ugu horreysa aan ka hadlayo waxaa weeye sanadkii hore waxaan aad uga xunnahay dhibaatada ku dhacday dhallinyaradii halkaan joogtay ku dhimatay aad baan uga tacseynaynaa mar kale sanad guuradoodii koowaad. sanadkaana waxaan rajaynaynaa inaad nabadgelyada aad ka shaqaysaan oo aydan tegin meel xun iyo waqti xun. nabadgelyadu waa muhiim. jirka wanaagsan baa waxaa ku jira maskaxda caafimaadka qabta. walaalayaalow nabadgelyada waa muhiim. magaaladu dad badan oo idin soo dhaweynaya oo fiican baa jira, laakiin haddaad meel xun tagtid nabadgelyadaada ayay ciriiri u tahay. waxaan idin rajaynayaa guul in saaxiibtinimo iyo wanaag lagu cayaaro oo colaadda dhinac la iska dhigo. communitigu waxaa loogu yimid halkan oo lagu bartay in isbarasho iyo isdhexgal ay noqdaan dhallinyarada Soomaaliyeed ay ka fogaadaan waxyaabaha xun oo ay maskaxdooda iyo jirkooda ku dhisaan. waxaan ka socdaa Franklin County Auditor's Office. waxaa halkaan marti noogu ah Michael Stenziano. Franklin County oo maanta marka ka soo qaybgalaya xafladdan. waad mahadsantihiin. waan ku soo dhaweynayaa mar kale.
Thank you, Abdurrahman. Next speaker will be Michael Stenziano. He's the Franklin County Auditor. I have known Mike for a while now. I don't know if you remember me, but we worked together at the Somali Independence Day event. I've known Mike when he was City Council President, and now he's the Franklin County Auditor. Mike, welcome.
Thank you very much. Just want to say congratulations. Hope all the teams have a great tournament. To the organizers, congratulations on 19 years. Couldn't be more excited for this investment in Central Ohio. Very proud to be your Franklin County Auditor. For the teams that are from outside the state, welcome to Columbus. I hope you have a great time and continue to bring such wonderful weather. Have a great tournament.
All right, our next speakers these guys have been with us for 19 years, and I couldn't say this couldn't be more proud to say this. They have been the absolute key part of this tournament, and they year and year again they continue to invest their time, their financially and everything in between, and we're so happy to have them as our official sponsors for the Columbus Indoor Soccer Cup. Please help me welcome Russell and Justin Flickinger of the Flickinger League.
Thank you. It's great to be back here again. We're really excited for this tournament. I just want to say a couple things to all of the players out there. I want you to take time during this weekend and stop for a minute and look around and just take it all in, because one day you're going to turn around and you're going to be my age and you're going to wish you could be out there playing soccer. So it goes quick. I want you guys to enjoy it. I want you to be respectful. I want you to be a credit to yourselves, to your family, to your community. We've been doing this 19 years and we've seen nothing but greatness out of you. I want everyone to give a big applause for all the guys that are participating. Now, there is one thing though before I turn it over to my son that I am disappointed about. And that is, this is the 19th year, and a lot of you out there have my phone number. No one has called me yet to be on their team in 19 years. Now, I'm not quite sure why you don't want a slow old white guy to be playing soccer with you, but I'm a little upset. So I'll turn it over this year. He's still young. You got his phone number. I'd love to see him out there. Justin?
Thanks, Dad.
19 years, that's a long time. You know, I remember first coming to this tournament just to view it. I just came and watched it. Dad was sponsoring it at the time. That was long before I was a lawyer. And now I'm standing on stage and I'm a lawyer with my dad. I'll say there's one thing that I've learned more from the community than anything, and that's family, friendship, mentorship. So make sure when you're out there today, you're out there this whole weekend, just remember all the people that helped you get where you are today. I'd like to say good luck to everybody. I'd really like to see the Cup stay in Columbus, Ohio this year. I'd like to see it come back to Columbus, Ohio this year. So Ohio teams, stick it out hard. Let's show them what we got. Thank you.
All right, and at this time we would like to welcome the martida nooga timi gobolada kale. Odayaasha koobkan oo meel fog ka wada yimi runtii badankoodu soo dhawaada.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله هذا ودي أشوف وين هذين. one more speaker يا نوهاري شيلا وكسرعة معركتي بكا health plan. waxaad meeshaan ay ka nala joogo odayaasheena odayaashii sportiga Soomaaliyeed run ahaantii magacii maamuuskaba ku lahaa walaalkay madaxii waa ninkii iga yaraa waaye Cabdi Yuusuf odaygeennii weynaa Maxamuud ninka cadda la dhahaa Maxamuud Cabdi macallin qariidi sheekha waa taqaanaan insha Allah laba hadal waxaa noo dhihi doonaa sheekh
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين aad iyo aad baan runtii ugu faraxsannahay inaan ka soo qayb galno sanadkii 19aad ciyaarahan tournamentiga lagu qabto magaalada Ohio waxaan rabaa marka anigoo ku hadlaya magacayga iyo magaca qaadi sportiga reer Minnesota inaan u mahadceliyo walaalkan Bashiir Geele oo isagoo ah ninka badan soo qayb qaaday ciyaarahan iyo guud ahaan dhalinyarada la shaqeyso waan oran karo runtii hawl aad iyo aad u wanaagsan ayay qabtaan sanad kasto waxaan markaa runtii dhalinyarada rabaa inaan kula dardaarmo sportigu waa saddexgal sida loo sheegay isbarasho marka inay ku dadaalaan muddada yar ee ciyaaraha ay socdaan inay nidaamka iyo shuruucda ciyaaraha inay ilaaliyaan runtii aad baan ugu faraxsannahay inaan imaano sanad kasta waana imaan doonaa haddii ilaahay yiraahdo marka ereyadii ku habboonaa waxaan rabaa inaan ku wareejiyo odayaasha وأن كوريجي معلم عبد القادر فريد سو هذا الذي كابونا
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنا ملينا سنة سنة هذا عياران كسوق يبقى runtiina yani sanad walba waa la ciyaara waxyaalaha aniga aan tabanayo waxaa ka mid ah ciyaartooyda sanad walba halkaan aan ku arko inaanan ku arkin yani championka waaweyn ee Mareykanka laga dheelo inaanan ku arkin balooniga waxaa muhiima inuu dhallinyaradiina waan idiin sheegaya balooniga muhiim waxaa inuu horumar u leeyahay hadduuna horumar lahayn oo aad iska ciyaaraysid maaragtay yani xoogahay waa يعني وإن منطقة كنت داشين سيدا هرمر أدوك سمينا سألتو حواي لك هرمر كسمية يعني هرمرنا أسجن وكالة ثم الكيسة كهلة مجا يشرف أيسوية كنتين وحواي ملك ستول جوجو وحلو تقال ما يعني مجا حلو تقال ما يا مركز سند البحيانا لقبتها مركز عيارات وحل ربعنا هرمر كنتين كنتين وهم بلينا يا dadka oo sponsoray waxaan kaloo hambalyeeynaya Shariif Bashiir Geelle iyo teamkiisa iyo intay ka soo qayb gashay iyo dhalinyarada ka soo qayb gashay community yani dhaqaalaha ku bixiyay intooda kulli waan idin hambalyeeynaya horumar ayaan idin rajeynayaa
السلام عليكم اوهايو انولاتو اوهايو وإن تاجرنا وحنا إذا كنا من مينيسوتا عندنا وكيل كا سبورتي الصومالية وهاي أنولاتو أرحيتها وهايو
I would like to call Sheila Spites from the Buckeye Health Plan.
I learned a new word today, so you all let me know if I said it correctly. Sahaytadeen? Thank you. My name is Sheila Spites. I am a community relations representative for Buckeye Health Plan. Buckeye Health Plan covers people who are eligible for Medicaid in the community all over Ohio. I am happy to be here today, and I am very happy to represent Buckeye Health Plan as a sponsor of your event. I believe that it's very important for organizations like Buckeye Health Plan to be involved in the community. And when I say that, what I mean is it is involved in the diverse communities that we have, not only in Ohio, but in the 29 states that we serve. I am proud to stand here and look out at you all young men who are very engaged in something that's important to you, because that's not something that we always find in our community. Am I correct? Buckeye Health Plan comes along with organizations like this, sports organizations, to talk about some of the things that are very important and that impact our communities in a negative way, and that is bullying. Why would I want to be talking about bullying to you? Because you all are engaged, which means you're the influencers in your community. You are the one that can identify when someone is being bullied and do something about it. Am I correct? And I mean in a positive way. We have to, as a community, no matter who we are and where we're from. You're from Somalia, I'm from Mississippi, okay? And that's a strange place in Columbus. My mom is in Mississippi, my dad is in. We're country people. But that doesn't mean that we all cannot live together, socialize together, learn together, and make our communities the way that they should. That's why I'm here today. You'll see me in and out. I will be here Sunday for the final, so who's the Ohio team? Just 1, 2? Okay, I'm from Michigan, so this is the first time I'm gonna vote for Ohio. All right, and I'm from Ann Arbor. I'm not from Michigan somewhere. I grew up in Ann Arbor. So I'm gonna be for Ohio this weekend, okay? Do I need an escort to my car? No, you don't. Thank you.
All right, looks like Ohio teams did not show up yet because they're home. But waxaan gaadhnay gabagabadii programka. But before we conclude, I would like to thank, on behalf of the Columbus Indoor Soccer Club, Michael Estenziano's office for this beautiful recognition of the occasion of the 19th anniversary of the Columbus Indoor Soccer Club. Michael, thank you, much appreciated. We will also like to thank our sponsors, because without them this would definitely be impossible. Businesses like Flickinger Law Group, and also our new partner, Buckeye Health Plan.
Russ, this is your chance, this is your tryout. If you want anybody to call you, pass that ball right, yeah? Are we ready for this tournament, for this year's tournament to be officially underway? Yeah. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Russell. Russell and Justin. Enjoy the tournament. Thank you for these jerseys, guys. Look good in these jerseys. You can take a picture. Yeah. And this year's tournament is officially underway. Thanks to all our sponsors once again. This would be almost very difficult to pull off without them. So thank you. and we hope you enjoy this year's tournament.
daawadayaal waxaan la joogaa Russ Villager oo ah sponsorka ugu weynaa oo sponsor gareynayay tournamentigan for the past 19 years. What do you think we can expect this year's tournament?
Well, if you've ever been here before, it's amazing at the athletic ability of all these young kids. You will probably see some of the finest athletes, not just Somali athletes, but finest athletes in the United States. A lot of these kids could play for a lot of college teams, and eventually I think you'll see a few of these on actually a professional team.
I think we have quite a few guys who have were involved MLS draft who used to play here. And I think that was a success, don't you think?
Absolutely. The caliber of player over the last 19 years has increased dramatically. And if you've never experienced indoor soccer, you're really missing it because it is a very exciting sport.
I believe you've been an asset to our community, not only the soccer tournament, but also you also contribute to graduation ceremonies and a few other programs. So you were sort of a philanthropist with our community.
And we're more than happy to do that. We got involved with the Somali community approximately 22 years ago. And when we saw the need in the community, we decided to form a nonprofit to try to help out. And it's really been a great learning experience for us. And we've really made a lot of really good friends over that last 22 year period of time.
daawadayaal waxaan la joogaa nin legend ah maxamuud yara ku magac dheer maxamuud xoogaa dhalinyarada yarka bal backgroundka yar uga sharax naadiga ciyaar jirtay meesha ka soo jeeday magaal ahaan
aad iyo aad u mahadsan tahay aniga bismillaahir rahmaanir rahiim aad iyo aad u mahadsan tahay aniga magacaygu buuxo waxa la maxamuud abshir cali maxamuud yara ku magac dheerahay waxaan ku dhashay magaalada Kismaayo aan ku barbaaray ciyaaraha goboladana waxa ciyaar jiray gobolka Jubbada Hoose Kismaayo intaan ciyaarayna macnaha guulal badan ayaan ka soo hoynay waxa kamid ah 3 mar oo koobka ciyaaraha gobolada aan ku guuleystay anigoo qayb ka ah oo markaa matalayo gobolka Jubbada Hoose
dhalinyarada aad maanta waxa nooga soo booqatay adigu marka hore
Minneapolis aan ka yimid Minneapolis aan deganahay halkaas aad iyo aad aan ugu faraxsanahay inaan ka soo qayb galo tartanka meeshan ka dhacaya maanta 20 kooxood ayaa joogto ciyaaraha ka soo qayb gashay marka waxaan filayaa in ciyaartooy badan oo tayo leh laga heli karo oo Soomaaliya iyo wadanka Mareykanka matasho
ma sanadkii koowaad soo booqatay sanadkan
aniga sanadkii ugu horeeyay waay marka sanadkan waa aad aan ugu faraxsanahay inaan ka soo qayb galo
aad baan ku soo dhaweynaynaa ku soo dhawo Columbus dhalinyaro badan oo waxaa jirta gashay MLS oo Major League Soccer oo ciyaaraha ciyaar jirtay dhalinyarada oo ka yar yar hadda maxaad ku gawaabin lahayd ama kula talin lahayd
horta aniga waxa aaminsanahay dadkii ciyaaraha isoo tababari jiray macallimiinteeda oo kamid yahay macallin Qariidi waxaan ugu soo tababari jiray ama lagu guubaamin jiray in marka koowaad dhanka waxbarashada lagu dadaalo ka bacdina kubadda cagta iyo ciyaaraha nooca doona ha noqdaan waxaan aniga aaminsanahay qof ahaan balwada ugu fiican oo qof yeelan karo inay tahay inuu ciyaaro ciyaaraha nooca doona ha noqdaan qofku waxay ka reebayaan waxyaabaha xunxun oo dhan su'aashaada haddaan u soo noqdo oo ahayd ma laga heli karaa ciyaartooy ku beerta MLS-ka ama meelo ka sarreeya waa laga heli karaa su'aasha haddaan ka jawaab way ku jiraan waa laga heli karaa mustaqbalka dhowna waxaan jeclahay in laga helo oo MLS-ka u ciyaaraan ilaa iyo tee u ciyaaraan America matalan ama wadankii Soomaaliya matalan
meeqa tiim baa ka timid Minneapolis
5
ma haddaad qiimaysid awoodda yani ma laga yaaba inay koobka ay meel fiican ka soo gaari karaan shantaas ama ay la noqdaan sanadkii hore Ohio waan la ka reeyay anag marka sanadka waa dhaarsanahay
may waa dhici kartaa in Ohio laftirkeeda dhaarsantaas ha sheegtay aniga maadaama aan imaan jirin ma aha macnaheeda inaan ciyaaraha ka warhaynin waa la socon jiray niman badan oo saaxiib aan nahay ama isku waqti ahaan ayaa waxay ka yihiin macallimiin coachaj iyo gudoomiyaal marka anaga laftirkeena geemaha odayaasha ciyaarana geemka odayaasha ilaahay waa ku roon yahay deeg maadaama ay 5 koox ka timid Minneapolis rajadeeda aad iyo aad u fiican tahay oo heer fiican ka gaari kara
Maxamuud thank you very much aad baa mahadsan tahay thank you daawadayaal waxaan joognaa Columbus Indoor Soccer oo ahayd sanad guuradii 19aad waxaa hadda ila jooga Sheila Spites oo ah Baka Community Relations Sheila welcome to our show
Thank you I'm glad to be here
Is this the first year you guys are a major sponsor in this tournament
Yes it is
What's your expectation on this?
For the sponsorship, Buckeye Health Plan is committed to working along with organizations like the CISC. Well, the one thing that I can say about Buckeye Health Plan is we're committed to our members. We have a great community relations team that goes out into the community and try to engage with the community, whether it's the seniors, the youth, and the parents, or pregnant women. That's part of the community that we want to connect with. And by doing events like this, we put ourselves in front of a very diverse community.
Diverse indeed. We're glad you guys are here. We are hoping that hopefully one of our higher teams, I think there's 4 teams that are playing, so we want to keep the cup at home. What do you think? I know you're from Ann Arbor, Michigan, as you mentioned earlier. So what is your expectation of higher teams?
I think I want this Ohio team to win.
For someone who's from Michigan, Ann Arbor.
Yes.
Fantastic. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Nice looking crowd. Hello, Lindsay. Nice to see you. And you'll like it. Good evening and welcome to this magnificent iftar dinner, very special, as we honor the Islamic holy month of Ramadan. Let me begin by saying to our Muslim friends, of which I have many tonight, and I think we have many all over the world based on the results in Michigan, other places. But I just want to say hello to all of the people that supported us so strongly. Ramadan Mubarak. We're grateful to be joined by Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi, thank you very much. Deputy Secretary of State, Chris Landau. Chris, thank you, Chris. Congratulations, by the way. Deputy Special Envoy, Morgan Ortegas. Morgan. Hi, Morgan. A very good friend of mine who I just endorsed, actually, Senator Lindsey Graham. Lindsey. Congressman Abe Hamadeh. Ed, thank you, Ed. Thank you, Ed. Good job. Counselor to the President, Alina Habba, and going to be the U.S. Attorney in New Jersey, very importantly. Great job. Pastor Paula White, my friend for a long time, and somebody that's done an incredible job with faith and all of the things that so many in this room stand for. Paula White. Thank you, Paula. And a person that Paula would have a hard time not being with, I would say Jenny would be about impossible for you, right? But Jenny Korn is here, and she's been incredible, the Faith Office Director, and right out of the White House, right, Jenny? Hi, Jenny, how are you? And a great friend of mine, Mossad Buras. Mossad, how are you? Thank you. I also want to extend a very special thanks to the hundreds of thousands of Muslim Americans who supported us in record numbers in the 2024 presidential election. It was incredible. We started a little slow with you, but we came along, and by the time that election was finished, we figured we went up like a rocket ship. So I just want to thank everybody very much for that. That was great. And in particular, I want to thank two great gentlemen, the mayor of Hamtramck, Michigan. Hamtramck, how are you, Mr. Mayor? And he's done a great job as mayor, and he's done a great job with his support of us, and Mr. Amr Galib, and thank you very much. You was such a tremendous endorsement right at the right time. Your timing was excellent. Thank you very much. And you'll be the next ambassador to Kuwait, and you're going to have a great time with Kuwait. Wonderful people, and it's a great place, so congratulations, really terrific. You're going to love them, and they're going to love you. And they're going to love you. Thank you very much. Congratulations to, as well as the mayor of Dearborn Heights, Mr. Bill Bazzi. Bill, Good job, Bill. And Bill actually is going to be the next ambassador to Tunisia, and that's big stuff. Those guys, you're very upwardly mobile. You're doing very well. That's great. You're going to have a tremendous time, both great countries, and enjoy it. Every day we're keeping our promises to the Muslim community. My administration is engaged in relentless diplomacy to forge a lasting peace in the Middle East, building on the historic Abraham Accords, which everybody said would be impossible, and now we're going to start filling them out because, as you know, Biden did nothing to fill them out. He did absolutely. We had the 4 great countries, and nothing happened despite the importance of the Abraham Accords, but I have a feeling it's going to fill out very quickly. It's already, people are talking already about it. They should have had them long ago. It should have been done. We're rapidly defeating inflation by reducing energy costs and even slashing the price of eggs by 50%. Doesn't sound like much, believe me. You know, when I got here, I was in 1 week, and I was being hit by the fake news media. They were saying, egg prices have quadrupled. I said, I just got here. I didn't even know. I said, what's the problem with eggs? But the problem with eggs was Joe Biden. That was the problem. He let them get out of control. And as you probably saw last month, they went down 35%, and the quantity is so much that, I don't know, I think they're going to go down a lot further. We have a total of over 50% in a few weeks, Lindsay. I'd say that's pretty good. And nobody wants to talk about it. Now they don't want to talk about it. They talked about it when it went up under somebody else, but when it went down under me, they don't want to talk. So we have to talk ourselves. If they won't say it, we have to say it, right? I learned that a long time ago. We're fighting for parents' rights and school choice, and we're stopping schools from indoctrinating children with transgender ideology, something which people of this room are not happy about. I know that for a fact, and it's a shame what's happened, but we're turning it around and turning it around at levels that nobody can even believe. I signed an order also, and I think very importantly, also in particular for people in this room, we're keeping men out of women's sports. Is that okay? Men out of women's sports. The Muslim community was there for us in November, and while I'm president, I will be there for you. I'm going to be there for you, and I think you know that, and our 2 great mayors understand that. I said that I would see you after, and I saw you after, and I think you're doing better than we are. You're doing better than anybody, so it's so great. I'm so glad you're here. But as we approach the end of Islamic holy month of Ramadan, we're also deeply honored to be joined by many of the international friends and partners, including the ambassador from Saudi Arabia to the United States, a very, very special woman, Princess Rima. Princess, thank you. Thank you, Princess. Great. Say hello to everybody. It's great to see you. Thanks as well to the ambassadors and chiefs of mission from the United Arab Emirates, from Jordan, Egypt, Kuwait, Qatar, Pakistan, Malaysia, Brunei, Bahrain, Iraq, Oman, Morocco, Indonesia, Algeria, Djibouti, Cameroon, Lebanon, Nigeria, Guinea, Tanzania, Kenya, the Maldives, Libya, Senegal, Bangladesh, and we have a few others. I'm sorry if I forgot, but I am going to be in big trouble if I did. But that's a pretty good group of people represented tonight. Wouldn't you say, Senator? I think so. And we're greatly honored by your presence this evening. I just really want to thank you all. It's a special group. I look forward to it. You know, we have long days, not like other people that had this position. I work long hours. And I said tonight, after making 3 calls for people running for office, they call them teletown halls, and they're not easy to do. And I said, well, now I go home and can relax. They said, no, you can't, sir. You're seeing your friends from lots of different places, and that's okay. As soon as I found out who they were, I said, all right, that's okay. But Ramadan is a season of spiritual reflection and self-restraint. Every day during the sacred 9th month of the Islamic calendar, Muslims fast from dawn to dusk, deepening their focus on prayer and devotion to God. So nice. Then Muslims all over the world join family and friends each night and sundown to give thanks to the Almighty and break their fast with an iftar dinner, just like this one. This is what we have tonight, right, Paula? I hope you like it. If you don't like it, don't complain, okay? You're still in the White House, right? We're all in the White House together. So how bad can that be? So tonight we gather with the goodwill and the gratitude for God's many blessings, and that's what it's all about. This tradition exemplifies the beautiful spirit of all three Abrahamic faiths, the spirit that inspires us to seek happiness and prosperity at home and peace for the entire world. We're all looking for peace for the entire world. When I was in Michigan, I met with so many leaders of faith, and I said, what about your attitude here, your attitude there? All of the attitudes and all of the things I heard, they said, sir, all we want is peace. Right? Remember, Mr. Mayor? I said, but I understand you don't mind death. They said, no, sir, we want to live. We want to live, and we want to be happy, and we want to love everybody. And I actually, it was a very inspirational period of time for me. And I want to thank you also for introducing me to so many of your friends. It was absolutely incredible. Thank you very much. To our Muslim friends, I look forward to working with each of you to achieve a brighter and more hopeful future. And I think together we're going to do great. You're going to make strides like you've never made. You have somebody in the White House that loves you. Thank you all very much. And now we'll have a little dinner. Have a little dinner. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome to Dalmar TV. This is Sabrine, and we have our special guests from U.S. Small Business Administration. I have Everett Woodell, District Director, and Terry Bolden, Deputy District Director. And you're from the Columbus District Office?
That is correct.
Welcome to Dalmar TV.
Thank you so much, Sabrine, and I'd like to thank you and Shafi for inviting us to Dalmar TV. We're excited to be here today.
Perfect. We appreciate having you guys. I'll start with the questions.
Sure.
And you can answer however you like. As key leaders at the U.S. Small Business Administration, can you both describe your vision for supporting small businesses, and how do you plan to achieve it in our region?
That's a great question. And you know, one thing the administrator for the U.S. Small Business Administration has done is she's really emphasized reaching our underserved communities. And Terry can, add to this as well. We as leaders here locally have made it a strategic outreach for us to make sure that we are reaching the most underserved areas. And I know we've talked a little bit earlier. There's some questions you have, so I won't get into that. But I really think the emphasis for us as reaching communities that historically no one did reach out to them, right? How do we build relationships with them? And I think we as an office have done a great job of trying to build and forge those collaborative efforts. Terry, anything you'd like to add to that?
Absolutely. And I think, and thank you, Sabrine, for these this wonderful opportunity to interview with Dalmar Television. As District Director Everett Woodell has mentioned, the administration's intentions and intentionality to help small businesses and the underserved in our communities grow and expand. And particularly in Central Ohio, our Somali population is growing
100%.
exponentially, which means more entrepreneurs, new business opportunities, and a chance for us to help those businesses meet their potential to grow.
And can I add to that too, is I have my counterpart in Minnesota, Minneapolis, right? We always have a little rivalry between, there's a large Somali population in Minnesota and Minneapolis, and they too, we have actually collaborated with them on how we can better reach the Somali population. It is quite an extensive population here in Columbus, a very entrepreneurial community, and it's one that we had historically not tried to work with as an agency, and what we have done is tried to forge relationships and remedy that problem.
Perfect. I'm glad to hear that. So my key question would be, how do you collaborate with small organizations and local businesses to foster economic development and create opportunities for growth?
So that's another fantastic question. And Terry, please, if I miss something, I want to take a step back and give you a little understanding of how we got where we are as far as our relationship with the Somali community. When I came on board, I came from the private sector 6 years ago. And one of the issues that I found was there was a lack of engagement within a large demographics of our communities, our Hispanic community, our Asian community, our Somali community, our LGBTQ community. We had really no relationships. And I had a great conversation with Steve Stivers, who was a congressman at the time, but was coming back to be the president of the Ohio Chamber of Commerce. And I said, we don't have a relationship with you. How can we build one? And how can we help our diverse communities build a relationship that can be helpful to them in pursuing contracting with companies and so forth? So Shafi, through the Chamber, was so instrumental in us helping put that together that we now convene quarterly with the Ohio Chamber, all of our chambers from our diverse communities. The Somali community is at the table, right? So is the Hispanic community. So is the African American community. And, the adage, if you're not at the table, you can't help set policy or help guide economic growth in your community. So for us, and Terry and I and Talia Amador of our team has done an amazing job of convening that, but not just meeting, actually working on ways that these communities can collaborate with one another to pursue contracts. Never have we seen in this area, the Somali community, the Hispanic community, and the Asian American community, the Commerce Group, entering into an MOU to pursue contracts. We've never heard of that before. And that happened because we convened everyone together and said, okay, how do we help these communities grow and access opportunities? Terry, anything? I'm sorry. I know. You know me, I'm passionate about it. And Shafi and the Chamber was instrumental. It couldn't have happened without him and the Chamber. And so, and to the Hispanic Chamber and the Asian American Commerce Group and the Diversity Chamber, all of these individuals came to the table wanting to work together and collaborate.
Your compassion definitely shows, Everett. I know with the team, we're a team of 10 individuals who help businesses with lending and access to capital and contracting. And when you tasked everyone to say, hey, we need to do more in our diverse communities, we went out and we worked with Shafi, who's the president, of course, of the Somali Chamber, and other groups within the community to build what we call strategic alliance memorandums. And those are what they call MOUs that allows us to work in a collaborative way, in a formal way, to co-brand and market not only our logo, but also programming that allowed the agreement with the Somali Chamber and the Asian American Chamber to happen. Yep. So those are some of the things that we've done here in the district, signed strategic alliance memorandums with the Chamber of Commerce. And I want to say, too, as a new immigrant emerging community, you can grow and you try to find resources that are free. I mean, the SBA offers free counseling and training sources, but you want to also think about building trust and equity. And the only way we build trust and equity is when we work with groups that are really ingrained into the community. And the Somali Chamber of Commerce being one of those groups, and working with Shafi and again, many of the other individuals who are your community leaders, gives the federal government, SBA, the big, scary federal government agency, it gives us trust and equity in the community. So it's very important from us, from a strategic vision, is to continue to work with our boots on the ground through our lending and our capital and our contracting staff to work closely with groups to help, build that trust.
As a federal agency, credibility is everything, right? And if they've not interacted with our agency ever, how do we expect there to be credibility there, right? Until we build that relationship and we prove. I given a conversation. I remember having coffee with Shafi at a Panera, and we discussed it. And the whole conversation was, well, we really don't know you, right? How do we trust you, right? Well, I feel like we had to earn that, right? And I believe we have earned that. And so I for me, when we say we want to sign a strategic alliance, one thing that's important is it's not an empty piece of paper that's signed. With it comes programming. We've worked with the Somali Chamber on financial literacy and so forth. So I think it's important that to build that credibility, you have to be able to showcase that you actually are going to do something when you actually sign that agreement that you're going to work together. That's important.
And they will definitely test you on that.
Oh, yes, they will.
Because
the Somali community will test you.
When we meet for coffee, and the follow-up is, we'll see you in 2 weeks. They're expecting the call from us in 2 weeks to follow up and follow through. So we definitely, again, build equity through our
100%.
intentionality.
Thank you so much for going into detail.
We might be going a little too far, I know, but we are passionate about what we do. And so I look forward to the rest of the questions.
Definitely, I appreciate the passion. So one of my question is, for a local entrepreneur or small business, how can they come to the table, like get involved?
Yeah, and so there is part of the why these type of relationships are important. There are, as Terry indicated, we provide 4 C's, right? We provide counseling, we provide access to capital, we provide federal contracting, and we provide assistance in contract or in crisis. And I think it's important that we get the knowledge and the word out there that these resources are free of charge. And so when you talk about an entrepreneur and they're looking for those services, shame on us for not been in the Somali community letting you know that these resources are free of charge. They exist through the small business development centers, through the SCORE counselors, through the women business centers. And I'm proud to announce after 6 years of fighting, we're now going to have a veteran business outreach center in Ohio for veterans. And as a veteran, that was near and dear to my heart. So an entrepreneur, especially within our underserved communities, a lot of times there were language barriers, but there was a lack of information provided. And what is important is we as a federal agency and as a team, we get into the community and we show you that there are resources available to you to help you not only start your business, but grow your business. Because we have a lot of entrepreneurs, they've already taken that step, right? But now they might need access to some other additional resources. Terry, anything you want to add to that?
No, and I will also add, I will say, when oftentimes when we talk about access to capital or contracts, the universe is huge across the state of Ohio. And we work with all of our resource partners, as Everett has mentioned, with SCORE and the SBDCs, which are the Small Business Development Centers and Women's Business Center, but also the state of Ohio. The state of Ohio has a lot of parallel programs that can collaborate and commingle in some instances with the SBA federal programs. But most importantly, understanding what our programs are. We've received tons of questions about how do I access a loan with the federal government, and we know that there are some barriers there
within the Somali
community. We talk about Sharia law or other restrictions behind faith-based principles that, hey, we don't do interest, in our religious beliefs. So we then try to find other avenues that would mirror up to what the Somali community needs, to what we can also provide as a federal agency. So it is our job to continue to find other resources within what we have, but also understand, some of the challenges in also getting capital or contracts or those other resources to small businesses.
And during the pandemic, the Somali community did step up. There were a lot of grants and a lot of entrepreneurs were able to access that. But interest is an issue on loans, and it's something that I know ECDI locally, the Economic Community Development Institute, they do have some fee-based type loans, or not loans, but access to capital. So there are groups and entities that are trying to breach that barrier that it exists within the Somali community as far as interest, and I think it's growing exponentially. There are now lenders that are realizing this is a very big community in the state of Ohio. And I think the numbers are like 7,000 truck drivers.
Yes,
so I mean, it's significant as it relates to economic development within the state as a whole. These are all small businesses paying taxes, and they have become an economic force within Central Ohio and across Ohio.
Right. And they're growing. I mean, not just in, entrepreneurs, but looking at homes, community development centers.
Yes.
And they come to us looking for resources on how to build a community center. And again, we can give, all of our resources and training that we provide are free. So we provide those kind of like techniques and kind of like back office support, but we also connect to, again, our resource partners, including, again, the state of Ohio, city of Columbus, and other stakeholders.
Perfect. Thank you. Definitely, the barrier for Somalis, Muslims worldwide is riba, interest-based.
Yes.
So is there anything the SBA, Small Business Administration, is doing to go over the riba-based or...
So currently, we don't have any loan programs as an agency, but to Terry's point, when we were discussing it just in the last question, it was what we find is there are other entities that are willing to step into that, like ECDI, to provide fee-based type loans. And there are other big lenders I know that have been discussing it and how they can roll that out, because it is such a significant community that I would not be surprised in the years to come, you'll see more lenders start to realize, how do we reword the way, because it's really contractual, right? The way the language is in the contract, that's the objection too, not just per se the interest, but you can do it fee-based, but language still has to. Shafi took me to school one day and basically started explaining the way that contract could be problematic. So I think it's going to take lenders and others to come to the realization, there's a lot of individuals seeking capital within the Somali community. How do we formulate a program that can help benefit them? It benefits the bank as well, right? They'll get the fees on it. So I just think we're not quite there yet. And as a federal agency, we're not there. Everything we have is going to be interest-based.
Thank you so much for elaborating on that. My other question is, what are some of the biggest challenges small businesses face today, and how does the SBA address these challenges through its programs and services?
Ironically, it's still access to capital. That's really one of the issues. I suspect you'll find that within the Somali community. I know within the Latino community, it is an issue as well. And all communities, basically. If you're a small business owner and you're looking to grow, access to capital continues to be one of the largest issues. We do have counselors and through SCORE and SBDCs who are very helpful, but when it comes down to access to capital, higher interest rates hasn't been helpful to small businesses that have been looking to borrow money. We did have a lot of small businesses that did borrow quite a bit of money during the pandemic, so they did have some cash on hand, but that does have interest associated with it and payback over a period of time. So I think within almost all of our communities, it really comes back to, if you're an entrepreneur and you're looking to grow, access to the capital you need to fund that growth continues to be the major issue. And I don't know that will ever change, because it really comes down to, you need money to grow, and being able to access that at maybe a little less, cost as far as interest rate wise. But the state's rolled out some great programs on low interest. I mean, interest again, I get it within the Somali community, but those are things that are very helpful to all of the most of the underserved communities to be able to access that. Terry, anything you want to add on that?
Absolutely. And one thing, if we take a step back, over the last 4 years, if we think about the pandemic, and a lot of businesses who, they had one business model for such a long time was now being rewritten, revised, changed, right? You have to kind of think a little bit differently now. And it's been a great thing, actually, because now businesses are now leveraging their web page, their YouTube page, their TikTok, and using other ways to leverage social media to get their product, their service, their information out to the universe. And for us, I mean, we look at, okay, the way of doing business was easy for us, right? You come and ask the SBA, how do I get help? We send you to a resource partner, and we kind of like navigate to understand what those needs are for a small business. But again, with the internet and, the recovery and regrowth of small businesses outside of the pandemic, we've seen a huge resurgence of ideas and new thought to grow your business. And I would say some of the one thing I guess that excites me the most, and I think for the most, the SBA, and I think we're transforming our programs to meet the smallest of small businesses. And as Everett mentioned, we don't do, we have, interest-based type loans, but the Community Advantage program, which is CA lending, and it is actually we have a couple lenders here in Central Ohio. There's actually some terms in there that allow them to be a little more flexible from both some of our restored citizens, some of our microloans, our smallest of small, micro businesses. So we are, as an agency, and it's particularly as the district, we're really trying to dive in to help the smallest of small businesses reinvent themselves, especially coming out of the pandemic.
And we are, as an agency, working hard to meet them where they're at, right? And so, we didn't have, social media, while it's prevalent and it's necessary, as a federal agency, we always seem to be behind, right? And I understand why, but, now we have LinkedIn and, there's Facebook on the HQ side, and we have a Twitter page or X, right? Those things are important when you're trying to meet small business where they're at. And to give you, for instance, if you go into the Latino community, it's predominantly Facebook. That's how they do business. That is important. And if you're not meeting them on that level, it's hard to reach them because they're going to know that you're providing programming because you are on Facebook and you're providing that information, right? Just like here, we're blessed that you have allowed us to be here today. This is where the Somali community will come to get the information, and we want you to know we are out there and all these benefits. So I guess one of it is on a local level and on a federal level, the agency is doing a better job of trying to meet our small business owners where they are.
Perfect. Thank you. Can you share a success story or explain how the SBA initiatives have positively impacted small businesses and entrepreneurs in our region?
So one area I want to, and I know we have a Somali
link.
Yeah, Somali link. Also within the Latino community, Dos Hermanos, which has been a huge success, utilizing almost all of our programs. I kind of want to take a step back because we are proud of the work that the office did during the pandemic and how we were able to help drive capital into and helping our small businesses. A lot of small businesses wouldn't have survived. I've had the opportunity to travel around the state of Ohio. We are responsible for 60 of Ohio's 88 counties. And I've had the opportunity to travel with numerous members of Congress, local and throughout the area, throughout the state, and U.S. senators, and meet local small business owners at their establishments and hear their issues and concerns. And PPP was one of those programs which was forgivable, which I believe the Somali community was able, to utilize. That was very helpful to them and keeping them afloat. But back to your success, because that's what we love to talk about. Somali Link was a prime example of utilizing our products. And I hate to point out just one or two, but Dos Hermanos is a great example of a Hispanic woman who is actually, during the pandemic, turned it into a situation for growth, right? And grew and went from food truck to brick and mortar. And to Terry's point earlier, the pandemic kind of turned the economy on a small business on its head. And what I mean is, typically there was this process where you would be a food truck and then you would move to brick and mortar. And that was but problem was during the pandemic, if you had brick and mortar, you couldn't have the turns you needed, how many people came in for eating and so forth. So people went back to the food trucks. Food trucks became extremely profitable. We see more food trucks now than we have ever seen. It's because it is a profitable model that can actually even outlast a pandemic, right? It works. So I think there are some great local stories, but I just think overall in general, our small businesses have been thriving here in Central Ohio, and I think that there are dedicated resource partners across the board that want to see that success. I will say this and hand it to you to Mark. 8 out of 10 jobs are created by entrepreneurs and small business owners, not corporate America. So when you put it in that, I grew up in a small bakery. 48 years that bakery was in existence. That was generational wealth. That is what the American dream is about, right? Building that business. And I think it's important that we're here. We want our entrepreneurs and small businesses to succeed because we realize they are the economic engine of not only Ohio, but the nation as a whole.
Absolutely. And one big success story for me, and I know for our office, customer service that's 10. Yeah. 1 out of 10, that's very important for us. And what's success? We measure success on how well we're able to communicate and connect, growth and opportunity to our small businesses. And for me, success, I know I speak for Everett as well. I think when someone from the Somali community calls our office, we pick up the phone and we know exactly where to provide the services they need to. And it helps us then continue to work with the chamber and other community organizations throughout the Somali community. But to success is really measuring how well we're able to communicate and deliver on services as our mission at the SBA has been outlined.
Thank you.
No, fantastic. Yes, truth.
Speaking of the PPP, does SBA currently offer grant access or resources for grants?
Yeah, so there were limited grants during the pandemic, but historically the SBA does not provide grants. We're not a grant agency. Ours is it's completely dominated by loans, right? It's access to capital and loans. We don't have any grants right now. There was the restaurant revitalization grant. There were, PPP was kind of that way. We had an advanced EIDL grant. Those were all during the pandemic to help our small businesses survive. But currently there are no grant programs that are run directly to the consumer. Now, the agency does provide grant funding to resource partners like to women business centers, to veteran business outreach centers. That's funding that comes from our agency to a community organization that now houses that, but no grants per se right now from us.
Thank you. Another question was, how does the SBA ensure that its programs and services are accessible and beneficial to diverse communities, including minority, immigrant-owned businesses?
Fantastic question, because that's really what we've been talking about while we've been here today, right? Is that historically we don't think locally we did a good job, right? We realized that we needed to do a better job, and one of the things was to bring those diverse chambers to the table so that they could learn from each other and the issues and concerns, and we could learn from all of them. There are language barriers. One thing we saw during the pandemic was, especially within the Latino community, there was an issue with access to capital because they didn't have banking relationships or there were language barriers, right? I suspect those language barriers can be a problem within the Somali community as well. So for us, it's really about making sure all of those diverse chambers that represent your community are all meeting together to find ways to collaborate and to ensure that agencies, so while we are a federal agency, when we convene that quarterly, we bring in state agencies, other federal agencies, so that your chambers can actually get information and be able to disseminate it amongst their chamber members and make sure they have access to all those resources. So great question in that I don't think we did do a very good job in the past, but this administration, from the top all the way down to us locally, has made it one of our biggest efforts is to reach our underserved community. And I will say this because I'm proud of what I did. 2 years ago, I was asked to go to Washington. I was asked to go on assignment to Washington, D.C. and launch the Community Navigator program. It was a $100 million program, and it was a hub and spoke model. And we had one in Springfield, Ohio, and it was actually very successful. And one of the things that was important for me was the whole concept of the Community Navigator program was, how do we bring all our resources together to the underserved communities, or communities that weren't sure how to access those resources? And I thought it did a phenomenal job. But I think locally here, through Terry's leadership and Talia and us as a group, we've done a much better job of making sure all of our communities have access to those resources. I mean, we're in the prisons. Terry and I will be at Pickaway Prison tomorrow, providing entrepreneurial training to young men who will be departing prison within the next 6 months, because that is a reality, is that many of them might not be able to access a job. They will become entrepreneurs. So we're providing them with the resources and the knowledge and tools they need to be successful should they be entrepreneurs once they're released.
That's amazing. I'm glad to hear that. And then how can entrepreneurs and businesses stay up to date with the latest information regarding SBA administration?
Terry, you always say this one all the time. It's our website. And so, LinkedIn, yes.
We do have, we had a Twitter account, but we don't use it as much as
LinkedIn's become the main.
But LinkedIn is the main. You go to SBA Columbus District Office and it'll pop right up. So we encourage everyone to follow that. But also, if you go to our website at sba.gov/Columbus, and there we have a list of upcoming training events as well as who our resource partners are. So stay linked in, and also follow us on our website as well.
He always seems to remember all those websites, and I do not, so I just hand it off and say, hey, what are the websites? But, from my perspective, Dalmar and Sabrin and Shafi, thank you for allowing us to be here, right? We've been talking about doing this for, oh my goodness, probably a year now, and Shafi has stayed on us, hey, when are you coming to the TV station? When are you coming over to do it? And schedule had been busy, and I do appreciate you making time for us, because I think it's important that you know that we do have a relationship within the Somali community. We're working hard to build a better relationship. But
intentionality.
It is intentionality. I mean, this isn't something new. We've been working on this now for years because we realized we didn't have a relationship with the community, and that's a failure. And we're rectifying that. And it took Shafi and others to come to the table and sit down and have a dialogue and then see how we could work together.
Definitely, Shafi is a great person to work with, and I enjoy working with him. Everett Woodell, District Director, and Terry Bolden, Deputy District Director. It's been a pleasure having you. You are welcome to Dalmar TV anytime. This is Sabrin. Thank you for watching Dalmar TV.
Thank you.
waan salaam dhamaan ummadda Soomaaliyeed meel walba adduunka dacalada ka joogtaan maanta yaana soo gaaray waxaana soo gaaray walaalkay Shafi Ahmed from Ohio Columbus America nooga yimi xalana ku soo dhawow magaalada Nairobi kullay hawlo badan iyo safar shaqo u yimi waan nasan doonaa oo mar khaas ah waraysan doonaa insha Allah oo wixii information aan soo gudbin doonaa marka hadda waxaan leenahay Shafi Ahmed ku soo dhawow magaaladaadii Nairobi waa magaaladaadii ku soo dhawaad walaal
Abti, welcome Magalada. We were kusudo for a long time. We didn't see each other. Welcome.
Thank you, Abti. Masantin, Tahlil Studio, Team Kadantada, protocol officers who welcomed me over here, and family members. Walalahi, Damantin wa Masantin. Sida sharafta la igu soo dhaweyseen. Waa sax aniga waxaan ka socdaa Columbus, Ohio. Waxaan ahay madaxa laanta rugta ganacsiga Somali American Chamber of Commerce. reer Nairobi insha Allah waxaan insha Allah u soo horseedi doonaa inay dalka Mareykanka maalgashadaan cidda u baahan inay dalka Mareykanka maalgashato ama guriyo rabto inaad dhisto ama nidaam kale samaysid waa ka caawinaynaa dawladda madaxweyne Trump ayaa mataqaanaa diyaar u ah in Africa Partnership ay sanadkan mataqaanaa labadan sano ugu hore ay aad uga shaqeyso markaad ku soo dhawaanaysaan insha Allah xafladda idin qaban doonaa aan ku soo dhaweeyno ganacsiyaasha doonaya in ay mataqaanay ganacsigooda ay geeyaan dalka Mareykanka and the Kenyan diaspora iyo mataqaanay partnership are very important marka waxaan leeyahay dalka Mareykanka waa opportunity dadka Africa u furan inay ganacsiga geeyaan anaguna waxaan ahay khabiir xagga ganacsada wax badan ka soo shaqeeyay ganacsi badan oo Soomaaliyeed haddana rabo inaan isku xiro labada ganacsi welcome
kulanti wanaagsan akhyaartayna daawanaysa dhammaantiinba sidaad u wada dhantiin halkani waa telefishinka Dalmar TV oo gooraha oo kala nagala soo xiriidha dhammaantiin sidaad u wada dhantiin adduunkan aanu ku noolnahay waxaanu idin leenahay maanta waxaanu barnaamijkayga aanu ku qaadaa dhigi doonaa haddii Allah uu dilo ogolaada waxaa horteeda fadhiya gudoomiyaha ama haddii kala barsaabka ama aan iraahdo gudoomiyaha Somali American Chambers ee magaalada Columbus Ohio ayaanu maanta waraysi gaar ah ka qaadi doonaa waraysigeena wuxuu dhacay sidatan waxaan isleeyahay bulshada Soomaaliyeed gaar ahaan bulshada ku dhaqan magaalada Columbus iyo nawaaxigeeda dhamaanba inta ganacsatada iyo wixii la halmaal dhamaantood inay door wax ku ool ah ay ku leeyihiin arrinkan aanu chamber commercial kaanu ka warsan doono waxaana lagu magacaabaa isku kay sheeg Shafi
magacaygu waxaa la yiraahdaa Shafi Ahmed waa maasantay Cabdinuur
waa tahay Shafi ku soo dhawow telefishinka Dalmar TV oo maanta aad si gaar ah wali martii noogu tahay waxaanu jeclahay inaan wax ka weydiino arrimaha chamberkan uu qabto goortii la asaasay waxyaabaha uu qabto waxyaabaha mustaqbalka ku jooga bal arrimahaas inaad wax dhowr inooga taabto dee allah wadi la ogolaado
cabdinuur aad baad umahadsan tahay Somali American Chamber of Commerce waxaa la asaasay 2004 dhalinyaro ayaa coriyay iyo rag maanta qaarkooda dowladda Soomaaliya u shaqeeya ama qaar magaalada la jooga Somali American Chamber of Commerce anigu waxaa madaxweyne la doortay 4 sano ka hor 2 sano oo doorasho ayaan soo galay 2 sano markaan dhameystay 2 sano kale haddana dib la igu doortay team waxaan nahay 7 qof ah oo board memberka chamberka ka ah Somali American Chamber of Commerce waxay mas'uul ka tahay ama ay caawisaa ama garab istaagtaa ganacsatada yaryar oo si badan loo yaqaano small business inagu Soomaali ahaan magaaladan waxaan ku leenahay ganacsi ka badan ilaa 12,000 oo ganacsi ah ayaan waxaan ku leenahay gobolka Ohio oo qaybo badan kala ah marka Somali American Chamber of Commerce shaqada ay qabato ama shaqada ay markasta u istaagto waxa weeyaan in ay ka caawiso ganacsatada shuruucida soo baxa ama ka soo baxa state-ka ama city ka soo baxa ama federal level ka soo baxa ama sida ay ugu heli lahayd ganacsatada Soomaali wax iyagu khaas u ah oo sida dawladaha waxa ka soo baxo sharciyad cusub ama grant ha noqoto ama ha noqoto training waxaan hadda soo wadnaa oo aan rabnaa ummadda aan soo gaarsiino barnaamij aan hadda kaaga shaqeyn doono ah in downtown-ka Columbus uu يعني la doonahay faras magaalaha in dib loo habeeyo marka waxaa la doonayaa ganacsato Soomaali ah oo faras magaalaha la habeynayo ka qayb gasho marka Somali American Chamber of Commerce ay waxay qayb ka noqon doontaa in la siiyo meelaha ay ku ganacsadaan oo ilaa 3 sano aan kiraha laga qaadin
shaafada ku jooga la habeynayo marka leen maxaad ula jeedaa
sidiga ay waxay soo saartay barnaamij ilaa $1 milyan ay ku baxayso oo lagu kobcinayo downtown Columbus waxaad ogtahay cabdino downtown Columbus meel aad busy u ama aha xafiisay u badihiin marka waxay doonaysaa sidiga Columbus in lagu beero ganacsato sida maqaaxadaha oo kaleta ama mataqaana meelaha lagu caweysimo oo dad wali shaqadii ku jira marka maadaama inagu aan nahay laf dhabarka Columbus oo ogtahay Morris Road iyo markaad fiiriso Global Mall Banaadir Mall ilaa iyo wadada quruxda ay leedahay dadka Soomaalida ganacsiga ay ku soo beereen 20 sano soo dhaafay waxay sidii aragtay in aan inagu haddana qayb ka noqono in aan dadkaas faras magaalaha imaanayo aan qayb ka noqono markaas waxaan u doonaynaa dad Soomaali ah oo muhiim oo ganacsi ku jiro sida restaurant-ka inay nala soo xiriiraan si aan arinta iyada uga caawino aan u siino 3 sano oo guriga uu kiraysanay kirahan laga bixinayo
ma 3 sano ku dhan
3 sano ku dhan
waata waxaad iga warantaa xiriirka idinka dhaxeeya chamber commercial-ka iyo maxaan ku raahdaa dadka small business-ka ee magaalada Columbus ay wax ku haystaan xiriir intee leeg baa idinka dhaxeeya
su'aal aad u fiican weeye dad ganacsada qaybteeda waaweyn marka ay raahdo dadka ganacsiga ku jiro oo sida hadda trackada oo kaleta company waxaa jira members keena kamid ah oo nata kuleeyo oo gacan la siiyo markaan u baahanahay laakiin sida badan Soomaalida shaqada aan qabano aad uma fahansan waxay tahay xiriirkeena aad buu u fiican yahay markaas su'aasha aan ka jawaabo markasta waxaan isku daynaa inaan Soomaalidu aan hadda waxaan soo wadnaa xaflad qaali ah oo aan ka soo qayb galino ganacsatada Soomaalida oo aan rabno Soomaalida wali inaan tusino dadka waxgalka ah oo ama dhakhtar ha noqdo ama company tragle ha noqdo oo horumar badan sameeyay ama home care ha noqdo dadka dhaxalgalka ah oo hay'ad degan oo Soomaaliyeed inaan dadka soo horjoojino aan tusino wanaaga ay gaareen inaan noqon karno dad midaysan oo ganacsi midaysan ah oo nidaamsan oo hay'adda Chamber of Commerce ay ka caawinayso waxyaalaha shuruucda ay u baahan yihiin ama ha noqoto ima inuu ganacsi furanayo wuxuu u baahan yahay ama inuu noqdo in mataqaanaa dhibaato ay haysato ama dawladda hoose ay ku dhigan tahay ama mataqaanaa dawladda sare ay ku dhigan tahay ama shuruuc u baahan yahay ama training uu rabo mataqaanaa sidoo sharciga ku furnaa marka su'aasha ay weydiisay cabsaan yes xiriir fiican ayaa naga dhaxeeya anaga iyo ganacsatada Soomaaliya
miyaad tirakoob sugan inta ganacsatada Soomaaliyeed hadda nimanka taraagada iyo waxyaabahaas uma tilmaan gaari laakiin tirakoob sugan hadda Columbus markaad eegto sida banaadir Soomaalida Columbus degan markaad moolasha unbaa magaca weyn ayagu kale marka sida ganacsatada home health care-ada ayagala iyo ku yaryar waxay soo raac intaasoo intaad isku soo wada duubtaan weli ma loo helo wacyigelin gaara inaad u samaysaan qoladiina chamberka ay
yes waxaan qabanay xafladeeni ugu horeysay waxaan qabanay 2018
waa gartay
171 qof baa kasoo qabsho ganacsata weli waan haynaa reportkii xafladii labaad waxaan qabanay 2022 waxaa kasoo qayb galay 238 qof oo Soomaali ganacsata ah marka waan markasta waxaan isku daynay inaan fahansiino awooda ama qiimaha ay leedahay Chamber of Commerce
ganacsiga
wax awooda ay leedahay markasta inaan fahansiino marka waxaan hadda isku daynaa inaan xafladii saddexaad aan qabano oon ugu yeerno dadka Soomaalida oon niraahno Chamber of Commerce hawsha ay idin qabtaan waxa u baahan tihiin idinkuna ka soo doonta inaguna waxaan idinahay laf dhabarkii markasta idin ilaalinaha waa Chamber of Commerce waxa weeye waxa ganacsatada ay isku ilaaliyaan hay'ad kasta ama qoomiyad kasta oo wadanka degan waxa jira Hispanic Chamber of Commerce waxa jira African American Chamber of Commerce waxa jira Asian Chamber of Commerce inagu waxaan nahay Somali American Chamber of Commerce marka dadkayga waxaan rabnaa inaan faahfaahino in ay jirto hay'ad Soomaaliyeed oo ka caawin karta markii la soo daristo dhibaatooyin fara badan ayaa jira oo daycareadan lagu haya oo home careadan lagu haya nin Soomaali ah daraat wuxuu yiri 5 sano hadaan gaaro waa la qabsan doonaa macnaha 5 sano haduu gaaro ninka daycare kale waxa uu imaanaysaa niman la xisaabtamaya oo aan oo la xisaabtamaynin sida oo la xisaabtamaan ninka Marion degan oo wadaniga ah markuu Soomaali yahay ninkii ay la rabay inay garab qabtaan maadaama uu shuruucda ama raydkiisa uu aad u aqoonin inay markasta ay mataqaanaa isdheelin ay maato dhibaatooyin loo geysta marka waxyaalaha ay ka caawin karaan weeyaan Chamber of Commerce waxyaalaha ay ka caawin kartaan dadka noocaas oo kale
hadda hadii ay wadankan kulli wadan sharcigiisa aad iyo aad u dhinac walba uu ka dhisan yahay marka arinta loo baxo shaafi hadii ay dhacdo sida arrinkaad sheegaysa qofka hadda salaad soo qaatay de markuu ku leeyahay 5 sano kadib anigu waa arimeygu waa si kale noqon markuu ku leeyahay macna ma dambiyo gacanta ku doontay wuu isleeyahay idinka xaqiin inaad ka difaacdaan buu doonayaa miyaa macna mise qolo kale intay u timaado ayaa handada wax sharci darimo dadku lagu qabsan karaa
ha Abdul waxaa jirta hay'ado aan maanta rabin inaan halkan ka sheego shaqaalahooda dhibaato fara badan inuu hayaan
waa gartay
marka dad ninka hadda saa u hadlay waxa weeye wuxuu arkay saaxiibadii ama raggii ganacsiga kula jiray oo small business ka ah wadankan waxaad ogtahay laf dhabarkiisa dhaqaale waa small business waa ganacsiga marka dadkii la rabay inay ilaaliyaan hay'adii la rabay inay ilaaliyaan oo ay gacan siiyaan ayaa waxa isticmaalaya shakhsiyaad diidan horumarka Soomaalida
waxa inay wax ka qaataan bay doonayaan
ma inay waxay rabaan ay sharciga ku adkeeyaan oo uu hore u soconin
oo macnaha hawshiiba ka baxo ninka
hawshiiba ka baxo 5 sano haduu gaaraba ninkan dhibaatooyin baa ku imaanaya waxaad maqlaysaa hebel daycare ku xire waxaad arkaysaa xalaal meat meesha oo intuu dhibaato ama wax qalad lagu qabtay oo dukaanka la xirayo dukaanka iyo ninka iskale waa kala sharci wadanka waxaa jirta wax la yiraahdo EIN number EIN numberkan waxa weeyaan businesska iskale hadduu qofku shakhsigiisa iyo businesskaas waa kala yihiin qofka businessku mishaar ka qaata haddii dhibaato ku dhacdo shakhsigu baa baxaya laakiin businesska soo joogaya marka dadkayga waxaan rabnaa inaan barno oo ogaadaan markii ay dhibaato timaado ama sharci darro ay oo la imaato shakhsiyaad diidan horumarka Soomaalida inay nala soo xiriiraan inaga ayaa waxaan u leenahay xirfad inaan dadka ka hor istaagnaano sharcigan aad qofku ku qaadayso si qaldan buu u qaadaya u soconaya policyga loogu talagalay waa noocan marka inaguna ma shaqeyn karno hadii aan laf dhabar u haysan dadkayga ganacsiga ah oo waxyaalo fara badan oo maanta soo dhigi karo maanta ummadda aan la qaybsan karo waxa jirta oo aad muhiim qabanay oo dood aan ka galnay niraadnay shaqaalaheena saan hawlo dhaqmina ganacsiga saan hawlo dhaqmina daycare-ka saan loo ma dhaqmi karo home care saan loo ma dhaqmi karo laakiin inagu lafteena hadii aanan laf dhabarka ay support na siinin dadkayga ganacsiga waxyaalo badan ma qaban karno waxaan hadda ka shaqeynaa inaan film oo law film ah in aan qabano oo ay dadka Soomaalida u shaqeeyaan waxaan qabanaynaa in aan hadda si hadda aan ku sheego karate in ay helaan dadkayga Soomaalida guriyo bilaash laga bixiyo 3 sano si uu business ku soo kobco oo downtown ka waxaan soo wadnaa inaan keeno inaan training u sameyno kuwa taraaglayaasha ah inaan training u sameyno home care-ada inaan training u sameyno day care-ada inaan training u sameyno xalaal miidka oo shuruucdii aan barno oo qofka uu hadhowto sharci darra
wacyigelin
buuxda u sameeya
maasha allah weyn shaafiyo waxaan doonaya haddana daawadayaasha qiimaha iyo qaayaal halkaad naga daawanayseen waa telefishinka dalmar t v waraysigii aanu ka qaadaynay agaasinka ama dii kale agaasimaha guud ee chamber commerciga Somali American Shaafi ayaa nala jooga ayaan weli bartanka kaga jirnaa Shaafi waxaan jeclahay inaan shacabka Soomaaliyeed ee ku dhaqan magaalada Columbus iyo nawaaxigeeda inta ganacsatada sidaan mar horeba aad sheegtay barnaamijkan hadda aad ka dhawaajisay ee faras magaalada lagu qaban doono oo 3 sanadood in ku siman haba yaraateen aan wax laga qaadi doonin bulshada intaad wacyigelinta ama sidaad hadda maanta saxaafadda aad ka sheegaysa telefishinka dalmar aad ka waramayso oo kale waxtar weyn bay u leedahay dadka in dhargaradku ay garan karaan wayna jecelin bulshada Soomaaliyeed meelaha dadka ay wax soo saar kale ayay ka mid dadka wali magaalada Columbus ama dadka Soomaaliya oo dhan marka meel walba ha joogtay dadka xagga ganacsiga ku wanaagsan bay door wax ku walba kaga jiraan caalamka intiisa kale oo dhan arrinkan 3 sanadood bulshada idinka aad Columbus ku dhaqan idinku aad madaxda ka tihiin chamber commercial Somali American idinku aad u tihiin waxyaabaha fara badan aad sheegaysaan inaad dadka inta meel la isugu keeno amuurtaas aad ka dhaadhicisaan bayaankaas aanu idin haynaa arrinkaas inaad ka faa'iidaysataan cidii dan idinkaga danaynayso dhan way nala soo xiriirka inaad tirahdaan wacyigelin buuxda in dhowr iyo 3 jira meel ama shir la isugu Soomaalida badana meelaha lagu shiray aad iyo aad u jecelin ina commercialkiina oo kale inaan maalin heblaayinta tirahdaan shirba halka ka jira ama hool weyn meel inta wax ku qabsatay bulshada ganacsatada kale inta loogu yeero dabeetana amuurtaad ku soo bandhigtay meena ka aqooneen
Cabdul Saah hore buu sheegay barnaamijka soo socda waa barnaamij diyaarsan oo hadda xafladeena ayuu qayb ka ahaan doona
sanad guuridiina soo dhawaad ula jeedaa
sanad guuridaas uu qayb ka noqon doona
maalmahaas aad
baafin doona oo dadkana u wacyi gelin doona aan si dhaadhacsan oo sheegi doona wali waxaan keeni doonaa qaybta CD-ga barnaamijkaas ku xeelan oo 1 milyan loogu talagalay in laga bixiyo kirooyinka looga bixiyo dadka noocaasa laftoodan keen doona xafladda iyagana ma taqaana si fiican u sii faafahin doona inaguna barnaamijkaas waxaan rabnaa ummadda inaan si wacan oo la qabsano
waa tahay telefishinka Dalmar TV maxad bulshada Soomaaliyeed ee ganacsatada ama dadka commercialkan ku wada jiro dhammaan aad faraysa maanta oo kale ama aad ku dhiirigelinaysaa
su'aal aad fiican Cabdinuur waxaan ku dhiirigelinayaa ganacsatada Soomaali inay awalan horta ay Somali American Chamber of Commerce ay gacan siiyaan website-ka ayaa tagi karta www.somaliamericanchamberofcommerce.com aad geli kartaa member baad noqon kartaa markuu qofka member noqdo corporate member jira waxaa jira individual member jira waa qayb ay kala leeyihiin website-ka ay ku qoran tahay Dalmar TV-na waxaan insha Allah ka codsan doonaa in ay iyaguna soo daayaan markaad member noqoto waxaad la soconaysaa wax kasta oo dhaqdhaqaaq ah oo ay sameynayaan chamber of commerce
waa meesha ay sawirkooda iska arki lahaayeen
si wanaagsan marka qofkina mar kasta wuxuu la soconayaa xaalad kasta waa inuu member noqdo uu membernimada lacag yar buu bixinayaa qaar $100 qaar $200 qaar $500 oo weyn corporate memberka
hadba darajadu inta kale
waa jirto bangiya kamid ah oo ma taqaanayo chamber of commerce kamid ah oo corporate member ah marka waxaan ugu baaqayaa dadkayga Soomaaliyeed in Somali American Chamber of Commerce ay hay'ad muhiim u tahay anagu waxaan ognahay Soomaalidu inay shaqaalo aadin ay ganacsi aado ninka Soomaaliga xitaa markuu shaqeynay wuxuu ku fikirayaa goormaan dukaan furan doona goormaan gaari gadan doona goormaan xalal meat furan doona goormaan home care furan doona marka dad waxaan nahay dhiiran inaan ganacsi furtaan ganacsigan wuxuu u baahan yahay in la ilaaliyo oo ilaalu u baahan yahay wuxuu u baahan yahay in dhaqaalaha loo sameeyo lagu ilaalin lahaa taas marka waxay noqonaysaa inay qayb ka noqdaan Chamber of Commerce oo ay markasta ogaadaan waxaan ku dhiirigelinayaa dadka reer Columbus inay member ka noqdaan Somali American Chamber of Commerce nana soo weydiiyaan su'aalaha u baahan yihiin
iyo waxyaabaha mushkilada ay ku ama doonayaan inaad ka caawisaan inaad idin soo xiriiraan waa tahay aqyaartayda daawanaysay waxa maanta barnaamijka ganacsiga si gaar ah kaga hadlaynay iyadoo si wanaagsan u dhigdhigay saaxiibkay Shaafi ayaa maanta telefishinka Dalmar TV asiga martii noogu ahaa iyadoo barnaamijka ganacsiga maanta aanu jecelnahay inaan inta ku soo gabagabayno Shaafi wax kale aad ku dari lahayd aad baan idinku mahadinahay dhammaan daawadayaasha qiimaha ee qaayale intaanu goor la mid aan kulmi doono waxaan halka idinkaga tagaynaa sida iyo nabadgelyo is aragti dambo xiiso leh
Hello, my name is Hannah Shields. I am studying to become a clinical mental health counselor and school counselor. But mainly the reason why this is so important to me is because I love our youth, right? Our youth deserve everything. They deserve all the opportunities, the chances, and just the opportunities to explore what they might want to do too. So being able to come and meet them where they are and just say, hey, this is a possibility for you, and encourage them is what keeps me going as a counselor, but also just as a human.
Hello. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah. Hi, my friends. Hello. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for having me today. Can we just give a quick round of applause for Ms. Mullins for being so amazing? How are you doing today? You doing good? Good. Okay. So I like to move around, so excuse me, I'm going to be kind of walking around. I'm going to do a couple spins. No.
Hello, my name is Jolena Brown, and I am a mathematics education major, and I'm a teacher, and I'm also an artist. And so with these things, doing math and art, I get to share both of them with the students, which is super cool, so that they know that they can explore different interests that they enjoy, and maybe even do both. And at that age, there's probably a lot of things on their mind, and they probably don't know exactly what they want to do yet. So kind of seeing other people follow their different interests and follow their careers will help them kind of see what they might want to do. So that's why this is really a special opportunity to kind of help with that and kind of show them what they can do with their lives as well. So.
Classes, geometry, all different types of math. I really enjoy all of it. So, do any of you like your math classes or enjoy math? No. Oh, yes, some people, yes. That's okay if you don't. Everyone has a favorite subject. But math is really everywhere, right? Because you have math used in your finances or in different courses.
Hello, my name is Cadmus Ennis Jr. I am one of the retention specialists at Central State University. And speaking to students is something that builds community and builds that drive and want in students to want to pursue a higher education. Starting from young and meeting them now helps us to build that bridge that wants them to stay connected to us and reaching out to community.
Hello everyone, my name is Gaurav and I'm in JTC 3 years now. Completed my bachelor's in mechanical engineering and completed master's in industrial engineering. So if anyone is interested in the engineering field, this is a good chance to join in JTC and develop the career.
Okay, I'm going to speak to you a little bit about AGC. Although we're all very grateful to work at AGC and like our company is not unlike many large companies. As you'll see, there's several innovative.
Hello everyone, so my name is Gaurav Mahida and I am from AGC, Bellefontaine, Ohio. I am the lead process engineer in tempering department, and I am here to help the students to guide for that engineering career. How's that impactful on their career to start build up from low to high, and this is a good chance to give the awareness of their future, how it's look like in the right now, and how they can pursue for next path in their career. Thank you.
bani aadamkuba bilowgiisii hore wuxuu baahi qabay barashii ubkeed yuu kaga bogtee bani aadamkuba bilowgiisii hore wuxuu baahi qabay barashii ubkeed yuu kaga bogtee باقين وا برشدا ددوينها باقين وا برشدا ددوينها إلا باهيايو لبلارياي إلا باهيايو لبلارياي باقين وا برشدا ددوينها باقين وا برشدا ددوينها إلا باهيايو لبلارياي إلا باهيايو لبلارياي بلانتينوا 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 بقول كيبا بقول بقى قلن برتما بلانتينوا 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 بقول كيبا بقول بقى قلن لغو برتما كسكاغا كبيرسو وحبارشو بحضا ظل قيبسو وحبارشو كسكاغا كبيرسو وحبارشو بحضا ظل قيبسو وحبارشو كوبيكسو دأذا برشو كوبيكسو دأذا برشو كسكاغا كبيرسو وحبارشو بحضا ظل قيبسو وحبارشو كسكاغا كبيرسو وحبارشو بحضا ظل قيبسو وحبارشو كوبيكسو دأذا برشو كوبيكسو دأذا برشو بلع سميع الميقا نفت اللغو بلا بيدي دي سايو بروقة دلكا لغو بافيا بلع سميع الميقا نفت اللغو بلا بيدي دي سايو بروقة دلكا لغو بافيا باقين وا oday boose iyo baaqin waa oday boose iyo habar baaryaaba in la wada bartaaye habar baaryaaba in la wada bartaaye baaqin waa oday boose iyo baaqin waa oday boose iyo habar baaryaaba in la wada bartaaye habar baaryaaba in la wada bartaaye balantenua 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 boqolkiiba boqol baabacaada oo lagu wada cabaa boqolkiiba boqol baabacada oo lagu wada cabaa kaskaaga ku biirso waxbarasho baxdaada la qaybso waxbarasho kaskaaga ku biirso waxbarasho baxdaada la qaybso waxbarasho baxdaada la qaybso waxbarasho kaskaaga ku biirso waxbarasho baxdaada la qaybso waxbarasho ku beegso da'da barasho ku beegso da'da barasho
Welcome to Dalmar TV, your favorite reporter here, and we have Anna Samoskovsky with Samoskovsky Immigration Attorney. Anna has been serving our minority for years now. She's been a lawyer since 1998, and she's been helping our community since 2004. Welcome to our show. How are you today?
Thank you so much for having me back. I'm very excited to once again be with Dalmar TV, to be with you, Sabrine, and to really educate. We are here to educate, so we are excited to be here today.
Great. And we've seen a lot of constant minority traffic to your firm. Can you tell us why that is?
Of course. So the Somali community and the minority communities, the immigrant communities, it takes a really long time to build trust. And so when you build that trust and you bring a member of a person's family, and then you bring another member, and then you bring another member, and then someone wants to become a citizen, and someone wants to apply for asylum, and someone wants to get married. And so sometimes we have generations of clients because we have done this for a long time, we've gained people's trust, and we're present. We are not TikTok lawyers. We are not lawyers that just want to do a quick thing and disappear. We are present, we have an office, and we are trusted by the community. And to gain that trust has taken a very long time.
Definitely. It is all about relationships. So you've built constant relationship with the minority community, which is amazing to hear. I'm glad to be part of it. And I wanted to ask you more about the temporary protected status, TPS. Can you give us more?
Absolutely. So we are here today to talk about TPS. And the reason that we've broken down topics to something a little bit smaller rather than all immigration is because there's been so much community interest in what Dalmar TV is doing. Shafi Shafai is amazing and getting into the community, educating the community, and using Dalmar TV as a platform for that education. And so this is here for the community. And the community has asked us, based on several other segments, to really focus on one segment and get into the meat of it. And then if there are other topics that people want to hear about, please reach out to Dalmar TV and let them know what you want us to talk about, because this is a community TV station and this is a community conversation. We want to cover things that are relevant to the community, and today it's about temporary protected status. So temporary protected status is just like the name states, it's a temporary status. TPS came about in 1990, and Congress established it. The Attorney General is the one that designates what countries get TPS, and currently we have a lot of countries that have TPS that we will get into. But basically, TPS was an immigration status that came about in 1990, and Somalia was one of the first countries to be designated for TPS on September 16th, 1991.
Wow, that's a long time.
Yes.
And what is TPS? What does it do for our community?
Perfect. So TPS is a temporary immigration status, and it provides a platform for people to not have to leave the United States. It has saved thousands and thousands of clients from having to leave the U.S. As of March of this year, there are approximately almost 864,000 people in the United States that have TPS. An additional 487,000 people have initial applications or renewal applications pending, and an estimated 316,000 people may be eligible for TPS under the new designations of other countries. So it's a pretty powerful program that assists many people in staying in the U.S.
So I just want to make sure I understand. So basically TPS is a way to keep people from other countries in the United States to prevent them
from being deported, correct. So TPS is basically for three categories of people. So the first category is if there's an ongoing armed conflict, such as a civil war that poses a serious threat to the personal safety of returning nationals. So Somalis fit under that category because Somalia has had a civil war since 1990, 1991. The second category is an environmental disaster, such as an earthquake, a hurricane, an epidemic, that results in substantial but temporary disruption of living conditions, and because of which the foreign state is temporarily unable to adequately handle the return of its nationals. I would say that Somalia probably fits into that as well, because they have a lot of floods, they have a lot of droughts, and they have a lot of famine. And the third category, extraordinary and temporary conditions in the foreign state that prevent its nationals from returning to the state in safety. Or if the U.S. deems that how the country handles its nationals is not good. So there are three categories of people that fit under TPS.
Okay, that's great. And so how long is the TPS process, or how long can one be granted a temporary protective?
Good question. So mostly TPS is designated for 18 months. But it can be designated for 6 months, 12 months, or 18 months. So at least 60 days prior to the expiration of current TPS, the Secretary of Homeland Security, which is currently Mayorkas, he must decide whether to extend or terminate a designation based on the conditions in the foreign country. For Somalia, it's been designated since 1991. Decisions to begin, extend, or terminate a TPS designation must be published in the Federal Register. And if an extension or termination decision is not published at least 60 days in advance of expiration, that designation is automatically extended for 6 months. Now, I will say, I want to go back a little bit, Sabrina, and I'd like to talk about the countries that currently have TPS, because I think that's really important. Currently, TPS designation is for Afghanistan, Burma, also known as Myanmar, Cameroon, El Salvador. Ethiopia was the newest country added because of the civil war and the genocide there. Haiti, we all know what's going on in Haiti, basically gang violence. Honduras, Lebanon was just added about 2 weeks ago, and we're still waiting for the dates. Nepal, Nicaragua, Somalia, South Sudan, Syria, Ukraine, Venezuela, and Yemen. So, as you are aware, and the audience is aware, that a lot of these countries have conditions by which people, it's very hard for people that have lived in the U.S. to return to those countries. So that is why we state as the United States and as our foreign policy that we want to protect people from danger, from war, from famine, from flood, from horrific conditions. So we will allow and protect those people to remain in the United States.
That's great. I'm glad to hear that. And then for everyone that's watching, if you have any questions about TPS or any immigration questions, feel free to leave your questions in the comment. You can email us, message us. We would love to help you out. And more about the TPS. Okay, this might be a personal question, but once the TPS runs out, can they renew it, or what are the options?
So TPS, so let's take Somalia for example, because I love the Somali people and I love working with the Somali people. And Dalmar TV was founded by someone that's Somali. You were Somali, so we will TPS today. We will use Somalia as an example because that is relevant to the clients we serve. So TPS for Somalia was designated in 1991. So anyone that was in the United States before 1991 could get TPS. And again, TPS is for people in the United States, okay? So then we have TPS expiring in 18 months. And so then the United States, the Department of, the Secretary of Homeland Security decides that he's either going to state that everyone gets TPS if they were here before 1991, but after 18 months, he can also do something called redesignation, which means he can move the date. So then it becomes everyone that was here before 1993, and then everyone that was here before 1995, and then everyone that was here before 1997, and then everyone that was here before 1999. So the date moves. So it's people, you know, as people continue to come to the U.S., either legally or through the border, or people have been deported. You know, they go through the immigration system and they lose their case, but they still can't be deported if they have TPS. So for instance, for Somalia, give me one sec. So recently Somalia was redesignated for TPS. So basically, re-registration for Somalis that have TPS is from July 22nd of 2024 to September 20th of 2024. And for new people, so for people applying, people that have arrived recently, you have to apply between July 22nd, 2024 and March 17th, 2026. So we are in an active TPS Somali registration period. And you have to be in the U.S. since July 12th of 2024. So that date has moved from 1991. And so think about all the Somalis that have arrived in the U.S. from 1991 to 2024. Right? So all those people under certain circumstances can apply for TPS and get a work permit, but also be able to travel. So if you have TPS, you can also apply for a special travel document and be able to leave the U.S. and re-enter the U.S. So TPS has a lot of advantages.
Which leads to my question, why is it important for the Somali minority community to apply for TPS?
Well, this is the golden question. And I think the golden question is also, why are there so many rumors in the community to not apply for TPS, right? So let's handle that from both directions. So why is it important to apply for TPS? So if you are a Somali person, let's say that arrived in 2020. You arrived through the Mexican border, you applied for asylum, and for whatever reason, you could not win your asylum case. So you went through the system and a judge ordered you to be removed from the United States. Even with a removal order, you can apply for TPS and get a work permit, be able to work, be able to live here, and be able to live in the United States with your family. Now, if you apply for what's called advanced parole, and they've changed that name a little bit, but if you apply to travel and you come back before a removal order, you come back with a legal entry through that advanced parole, and you have a wife in the United States, that TPS allows you to change your illegal entry to a legal entry and get your green card in the United States. So TPS can sometimes be used as a tool to legalize. So that's why people should apply for it. Then the question becomes, why are Somalis, and it's mostly Somalis, a lot of other communities see this as a gift and they want to apply for it. Why are Somalis so resistant? And I think part of it is Somalis a lot of times get their information from unreliable sources. As you are aware, Somalis are a very oral people, and so they talk to everyone about their issues, not only with immigration, but with lots of issues. And they get advice from a lot of people that are not informed about what they're asking about. And so I'll give you an example outside of TPS. I recently had a client in Minnesota who's Ethiopian, and she was married, and she never divorced. And then she went back to Ethiopia, remarried. And I said, well, why would you not get divorced? And she said, well, because people told me that if I went to the Minnesota court and I got something from Minnesota stating that I'm single, that I can just go to Ethiopia and marry husband number 2. And I said, but you're not married in Minnesota, but you're married in Ethiopia. So bad information. And in the Somali community, that bad information really comes from community members that might want to try to help, but just don't have the right information. And a lot of Somalis use notaries. A lot of Somalis go to Banajir Mall, Global Mall, International Mall here in Columbus, and other notary services, other people that are form fillers. And the rumor in the Somali community is if you apply for TPS, you will not be able to pursue your asylum case. So if you have an asylum case in court and you apply for TPS, your asylum case will go away. That rumor is incorrect. That rumor is also problematic because a lot of Somali asylum cases are not very strong. They may be strong, but there's no proof to corroborate the strength. And so a lot of Somalis are incapable of winning asylum because they cannot prove what they are stating. And so TPS protects them from being deported if that ever becomes an issue. So for our audience, please get your information from a lawyer. There are excellent lawyers in Columbus. There are excellent lawyers wherever the community, whether it be Somali or non-Somali, reside. Get a lawyer. Do not get your immigration advice from TikTok, from YouTube, from your grandma. Get immigration advice from someone that actually is a professional in that field.
And for all your immigration questions, Anna Samskovsky with Samskovsky Law does answer your questions, and we will be hosting events and great information will be coming out. So please make sure you are informed, especially informed by the right people. And one of my questions is, with the TPS, how long is that application process? Is it lengthy?
No, there's several application processes. So for those that have asylum pending, they can get a work permit through the asylum application, and that work permit right now is good for 5 years. So you don't need to apply for TPS and a work permit. You can just register for the TPS, which is super cheap, and it's taking about, I'd say, 4 to 8 months to approve. So a lot of times, again, the rumor is, well, I don't want a TPS work permit because that work permit is only good for 18 months.
Okay.
I want the asylum work permit. Perfect. We can do both. We can do the asylum work permit through a pending application, and we can just register you for TPS so you don't lose that opportunity in case things go wrong. Now, I've been working with the Somali community for over 20 years, and what I really love about the Somali community is there's no no. No is not an answer. If someone gives you no, then you try to go a different way to get to yes, right? And the reason that is true, I am also a refugee. I'm a refugee from Russia. Refugees are very resilient. We've been through a lot of horrible situations, and refugees can really survive anything. And so no is almost a maybe. And so when we hear that no, we're like, well, maybe, let me try a different way. And why I give that as an example is because if you have a work permit through asylum, why would you not want to also have a second option to stay in the U.S.? Or a third option, or a fourth option? A lot of times you apply for everything that you're eligible if you want to stay here, because sometimes the laws change, the administration changes, you change. There are changes that happen. So you want to be eligible for anything and everything that you are eligible for.
Definitely, yes. And persistency is key. If you want something, you make sure you are persistent enough to obtain it.
Legally.
Legally, yes, definitely. Okay, and so the other thing is, Anna and I have collaborated to host an event for our community, minority Somali community, and this will be hosted at the masjid, and then all the details will be provided as soon as we confirm everything. And then for that event, you are able to come, ask any immigration questions you may have, and Anna will be there and answer your questions about immigration. And feel free to write your information down, and I will provide the details shortly.
And I just wanted to say thank you so much to Dalmar TV, and thank you so much to Shafi. We are truly here to educate, because education is power. And with that, and with the TPS topic, one of the issues that is very concerning, we have an election in the U.S. coming up, and under the previous Trump administration, TPS went away. So there were going to be over 1 million people that were going to get deported because TPS was going to go away for all countries. Now, the issue with Somalia is it's also a Muslim country. So as we are aware, the Muslim ban was a real thing. A lot of Somali and Muslim clients really suffered in not being able to reunite with family members. And TPS also was a program that just went away. They were not going to renew because President Trump thought that people could return safely to Somalia and return safely to Nepal and return safely to Afghanistan and return safely to a lot of these war-torn countries. So there were a lot of lawsuits filed that stopped President Trump from doing that. And then once President Biden came in, TPS was kept going. So for all of our Somali friends and all of our immigrant friends, I would really encourage you to think about who you are and what your values are and what your beliefs are, and to remember that you are immigrants, and immigrants want to have those opportunities to live freely, work freely, be reunited with family. And so I would highly encourage the community, and this is my opinion, to vote. First of all, vote. And second of all, vote for Kamala Harris, because it is my belief that she will keep a lot of the programs, including TPS, and she will expand programs to allow immigrants to live freely in the United States. So thank you so much, Sabrine. Thank you so much, Shafi Mahasinit, and we will see you soon.
Thank you for watching Dalmar TV. My name is Sabrine. Have a pleasant day.
Teaching at Zenith is, for me, it's like a mission. It's not a profession. I consider teaching is a noble job. So it's, we have a lot of responsibility on our shoulders, and we are building generations. We're building minds. So that's why I think it's a very valuable job, and I love my job. I come every day very happy to fulfill my duty. So yeah, so we have a lot of teachers. I had a lot of teachers in my life, but I think there were only few of them that made an impact in my life, and I want to be that kind of teacher.
Hi, my name is Mary Kay Grove, and I'm a teacher here at Zenith Academy West. Go Tigers! I've been here for about 9 years. This is my 10th year here at Zenith. I have taught anywhere from kindergarten, first, second, and I'm now teaching third grade. This is my 4th year in third grade. I enjoy it. I enjoy the families. I've had lots of siblings that have been, that I've had different brothers and sisters in different levels of grades, and I've even had some of the students twice. I enjoy Zenith Academy. The camaraderie between the teachers and the staff is wonderful, and the students and the families are wonderful here too.
What is her tone here? The choices are content. Is she happy? No. Raise your hand if you think she's content or happy. Okay. Is she cruel? Is she being mean? Okay. Is she scientific? Unhappy. Who says unhappy? Okay. All right. So if that is my choice, well, it's multiple choice. I just simply state unhappy. If I need to help.
Three types of personalities: convergent, divergent, and transformative boundaries. I want to remind me what is the difference between those three boundaries.
Body, yes. Okay, that's true. Ants have 6 legs. Amar, can you count the legs?
Okay, I need everybody to sit down at the count of 3, please. We don't have a primary right here.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello. Welcome to Zenith Academy West. My name is Anila. I am the librarian over here. I have been working here for the past 9 years, and inshallah I hope to continue working for many more years. I love being the librarian here. I have had different roles like a TA, ESL teacher, and tutoring. Also on Fridays I do the bake sale. The kids really enjoy that. And we would also like you to come and join our Zenith Academy West campus so that we can learn together and teach each other and have lots of fun. This is a wonderful place to be. The staff and students are wonderful, and I wouldn't have been here for so long if it wasn't so nice. So I have been here for 9 years, and inshallah I continue to be here for many more years.
Hi, my name is Ms. Abir. I am kindergarten A teachers. I am so happy today for kindergarten graduation. The year's end. I am so happy. I'm working kindergarten teacher this year, and finally is my kids is a grow up, and I'm so happy for them. And thank you for your coming today for graduation. I'm so happy. Thank you.
ABC song, okay? Gonna stop. 1, 2, 3. Sounds good.
الحمد لله رب العالمين وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلوات الله وسلامه عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا waxaanu soo gaadhnay walaalayaal gabagabadii iyo gunaanadkii mowduuceenii iyo xalaqaadkeenii aynu kaga waramaynay awlaadda tarbiyadooda iyo wanaajinta